Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hey. Welcome. Hi, Chip. Found a fellow Round Gate is streaming today. Oh, Round Gate. Gosh, I love Belly. Is it? Wait, I remember seeing another round gate from Space Stream, but I don't remember what they're called. Is it the Pink Gator? Yeah, Jackal. Yeah, I remember. I was like, I vaguely remember seeing Jackal at Space's stream. I was like, ooh, that is a very nice color, by the way, and also nice belly. Also, it's Switch time. Wow, I have a Switch, and I'm gonna TF into a Pokemon today. I know I'm gonna TF into Pokemon because I saw the game Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team is available on the GBA on Switch. I was like, oh, I remember this game. And I played it a little bit, and I did play it for a little bit, only for a little bit, and I want to replay the game again. Well, not exactly replay because I never finished the game once. But this time I do want to do like a full playthrough of it if I can. I mean, of course I'm gonna try it. Kobo Dragon. Hello, Ixen. Hi, Ixen. Dragon. Also, I forgot to. I forgot to do the switch thing. Give me a second. Is the not working? Oh my god, it is not working. Give me a second. The closed caption is not captioning. Why? Oh, there's zero thing on voice mod? So voice mod is not working for some reason. Settings. Oh, and changed the input to Live Gamer Mini. That's why. Okay, we good. I swear, when I change to like a different thing, you know, like different streaming stuff, and everything just sort of messed up. But it's okay. You're gonna TF the Renamon? Is it weird that Kobo is not a big fan of Renamon? I mean, Renamon is cool and all, but it's just it's not a dragon or lizard. Guten Tag. Guten Tag, Brian. Also, hi, Numbers. Oh my god. I hope you are doing good. Welcome. Y'all are gonna watch me TF into a Pokemon in-game now. Well, I'm not gonna TF into a different model here. But yeah. I need to do the thing, though. I need to... Blue Eyes White Dragon? Blue Eyes White Dragon? God, I love that dragon. This Kobo is so cute. Wait, Numbers is also very cute. Kobo very like... Griabde? I cannot read that. Slender lies? But Kobo never lies. Kobo never lie. Oh, sorry, I'm probably gonna need to do this real quick. So let me go here. Wow. And I need this one. Yeah, it's not capturing for some reason. I knew it. Something's wrong. Live gamer mini stream engine. There we go. You see that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna change the properties a little bit. Please don't crash. Thank God. Okay. Shadow Ixon. Yeah, I saw Ixon play the screwdriver game, or like the game where you make your own vehicle and do stuff. And dragon's so cool. Oh, that's a German dialect. Okay. Monbazo. I also don't know what that is. You seem a little early today, Kobo? Yeah, because there isn't much to do this morning. I was like, oh yeah, I can finally, get home early and then prep for stream earlier than usual. I also don't want to be always like half an hour late, if you can imagine. But yeah, I'm still late. I'm late, but not too late today. How was your morning? Oh, morning was pretty good. Oh, hey, look, it's a meme music. Oh god. I had a very light breakfast this morning, and now I'm feeling much better. Because I feel like for the past few days, I've been eating a lot of, sorry, let me... Okay. I've been eating a lot of heavy food, like durian and rambutan, all the heavy stuff, and my body feels a little bit burdened. So this morning I had a really light breakfast, and it really helps. I had porridge. Porridge. Dragon isn't streaming. Dragon is watching Kobo instead of streaming. But Kobo do enjoy Dragon stream. Whenever Dragon is streaming. I know I couldn't stop by a lot of them, I'm sorry. And Kobo always try to stop by whenever she can. They have Metroid Fusion on there? That game fucks. There's Metro... Ooh, give me a second. Alright, let me switch. I only have one screen to work with because I'm using... I'm using Switch on the other screen, so yeah. What is it? Densetsu no Sutai. And 2. They have Golden Sun. Fire Emblem. Oh, there it is. Metroid Fusion. They do have Metroid Fusion. Also, I finished this game, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. It's so fucking good. Like, some of the Game Boy games are like top, like so fucking good. Never played Golden Sun, but I do see a lot of people playing it and claim it to be like really fucking good. So yeah, maybe. The trouble is we are both trying to stream at the same time and not streaming together. Oh, I mean, you're right. I don't know what we could do together though. Kururin? Kururin. This one. Kuru. Fantastically creative game. Oh, TF3 for real? Yeah, you're gonna watch me become a Pokemon. Look at this! I found this game on the Switch. It's like, oh shit! Oh shit! I have to play it. Hi Salo. Hi Jade. Oh my god, yes, PMDR. PMDR. Simping of a dragon tends to be a group activity. Ah, oh, true. Xian. The original, let's go. Ooh, you guys played it? I never played it. I never owned a GBA before. Sorry, Ixon, you're now Xian. And I group activities, honestly same. Alright, let's play it. Let's play. I wanna play PMD. So, thing is, I did play for a little bit, but not much. Here, let me show you. Tunesoft. Oh, I had Totodile as my friend, of course. Here, let me show you my save file. But I'm gonna delete save data for some reason, right? I'm gonna do it, right? I will delete save data and play again because apparently there's like a bunch of questions asked and I just like skip through them because I don't know what they are. And then I suddenly became a Charmander for some reason. So I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm gonna delete save data and play again. I mean, I only play for like half an hour, so... yeah, look at that. It's only like half an hour, so I think it's fine. Here, let me show you what I have. I'm a Charger. I have PMDB myself. Oh. The question is, do you get Mudkip as a partner? 0 out of 10. Your name is a Copy Bang? Yeah, I love Copy Bang. Because I'm Charmander. Totodile. Closest thing to a Kobold in this game. Totodile or Charmander? Yeah, they're both. Also, I don't know what's with the story here. So I was a human, become a Pokemon, right? But yeah, this is what I have. So let's leave the save file. And play a game. Tunesoft. Such a nice background. Nice. But why have to tell Charmander when you can be an angry orphan? Who's the angry orphan? I want those drugs that turn human into Pokemons? I mean, if I get to choose which Pokemon to turn into, yeah. Cubone! Wait, you can be a Cubone in this game? But I don't get to choose what Pokemon I'm gonna become. But before I can let you through, I have several questions for you. I want you to answer them sincerely. See, this is what I do. I read this and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna press A forever. Are you ready? Okay, let the interview begin. Do you occasionally consider yourself dull and overly cautious? Yes. There is a scream from behind the door. How will you react? Scream in unison. Yes. Oh my god, Sipty! Thank you, Jade. Wow, Sipty. I wouldn't even take them without the choice. I wouldn't mind being a Carpador if need be. I mean, TFing into a Pokemon does sound good, to be honest. But still, I want to become a dragon or Kobold. You know, close enough. There's like a lot of dragon types that I can become. You are suddenly locked inside a pitch black room. What do you do? Cry? It's the summer holidays. Where would you like to go? The beach, spas, anywhere. Is there home? I don't want to go to the beach or the spa. Anywhere. Do others often call you childish? Surprisingly, no. But I thought I'm very childish. No. Do you feel lonesome when you're alone? Oh shit, I never thought about that. I mean, I feel lonely when I'm... How do I make this TOS friendly? I feel lonely when I'm, let's say, risky? That's the word? I don't know. But usually when I'm not feeling that way, I don't feel lonely at all. So I would say no for this one. Yeah, Ixon, that one. But most of the time I don't really feel lonely. I love to just put on a headphone or earpiece and just blast the music forever. That makes me feel good. No. There is a person you like, but there's no opportunity to get close. What do? Briefly declare my love. Might say hello. Who are praying to get attention? Look from afar. Oh my god, that's so me. I just look from afar. Oh god. Oh god, I remember. What was it again? In Forum 2017, I saw there's a dragon that I really love, right? On the furry convention. And then I really want to get in, but I'm so scared. I'm just looking from afar. And now I look like a creep. But thankfully, the next year I braved it and we became good friends. Teryx. Yeah, it was Teryx. So yeah, I actually look from afar and then I don't even dare to get close to him. And then and then I was being told that I look like a creep. Because of course I do look like a creep. I stand in the corner. I stand in the corner just looking at them. It's like, I want to get in, but I cannot. So yeah, that's me. Look from afar. Hi Rogue. Moisturize. I have chrysanthemum tea. Oh yeah. Your friend fails to show up for a meeting at the promised time. What do? Me, I will actually wait patiently. Because I know a lot of things happen, I guess. I wouldn't get angry and bail. At worst, I might become irritated. I'll just be like, man, why is it not here yet? But in most cases, I would just... Most of the time when I go out alone, I would put on earpiece and do my own thing. So I can always wait patiently. Unless it's too long, like an hour late, then maybe that's a bit too much. Then I might not get angry, I'll just bail. I'll wait patiently. Are you a boy or a girl? I'm a girl. You appear to be the calm type. Am I calm? I want to punch people though. You're capable of giving advice to friends with worries? No, I'm not. You don't like to fight? Oh yeah, true. I mean, I love to fight in Tekken 8, but I don't like to fight in real life. I hate confrontation. You're a warm, kind-hearted person who cares. No, I'm not. I bite ankles. Yeah, that's right. You must have many friends who look up to you. Oh god, do I? I really don't know about that. However, you may also be somewhat gullible. Fuck, this game is being so true now. As far as a little cat. Thanks, game, I know. And even a little sloppy. I know, game. See, those are true. Hey, Kobo. Yeah. There's gullible written on the ceiling. I don't... What do you mean on the ceiling? Why on the ceiling? There's gullible written on my heart. Huh? What? Why your heart? No. What? I don't know. You might want to keep those points in mind. A calm person like you should be. What? I mean, I guess, but I want like the Bulbasaur. It's not exactly dragon though. And Daimon. Well, fine, I guess. This is the final step. Who would you like to have as a partner? Choose the Pokemon you want as your partner from this group. There's no Cubone. There's no Cubone. Die. Yeah, because only you can be a Cubone. But I cannot be a Cubone. I'm a Bulbasaur, no? There's a set list of Pokemons you can be and partners. Oh. But it has tentacles? I'm sold. Alright, let's have Totodile. Oh, it's a partner's nickname. I cannot put S in it. Totoro? Who's Totoro? Oh, you mean Totoro for Totodile? What's OVR? What's INS? I mean, bite ankles. Ankle bite. Wait, I think ankle bite. Can I put ankle bite? And I mean, it's Kobold, right? We should all caps lock. All caps. And oh my god, it's just right. It's such a mood. I know, right? I love biting ankles. And it's all caps too because, you know, why not? Like, we like to shout. It's the name. Ankle biter. Okay, yes. Okay, we're all set. Let's get you into the world of Pokemon. Go for it. I'm a Pokemon now. Manasaya? Am I dreaming this? I feel a pleasant breeze. I hear a voice from somewhere. I wonder who it is. Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. More dots. Hey. Hey, wake up. Wake up already. Oh my god, it's Totodile. Oh good, you finally came to. Where is this? You were passed out here until you woke up. Okay, I'm ankle biting. I love the name. I'm ankle biter. Glad to meet you. Hey, you're awake. Oh, what does they say again? Gee, I forgot. I played so much Skyrim, but I still don't remember. So who might you be? I don't think I've seen your face around here. Huh? You say you're a human? But any which way I look at you, you're a normal Bulbasaur. Huh? It's true. I've turned into a Bulbasaur. Oh my god, TF. Oh my god. It's TF. What? Why? I don't remember anything. Oh, by the way, is the game loud or is the game too soft? I can't tell actually. The feedback is like only on green, so it might be a little bit on the softer side. You're some kind of weird. So, what's your name? What do you call yourself? My name? That's right, my name is... My name Tira. My name Tira. I need to be all caps as well. No, I don't even know how to spell my own name. The music is so good I can almost cry. Oh, yeah, I mean, Pokemon music never misses, to be honest. That's so good. Is the name Tira okay? Yeah. Uh-huh. all caps. Tira. That's a funny name. Well, your name is funny too, Ankle Biter. I love them. My name is Jim. Somebody please help me. Huh? Are you shouting over there? Hi. What's the matter? It's horrible. My Caterpie fell into a cavern. My poor baby. What? A huge fissure opened in the ground and my Caterpie fell in. He's too young to crawl by himself. When I went to get my baby, Pokemon suddenly attacked me. Huh? You were attacked? By other Pokemon? They must be enraged by the fissure and out of control. That's what I think. I'm not strong enough to fend off those wild Pokemon. What will become of my baby? Oh, what am I to do? Oh god, oh god. We can just do nothing. Let's go help this kid. Let's go. I'm gonna play this game now. This game is good. I played for a little bit, half an hour, and it's so good. It's like a strategy game. Totodile is so close to being a kobold I can't unsee it anymore. Totodile has always been the most kobolds of kobold in Pokemon universe anyway. Because in the Johto anime, yeah, in Johto anime, Totodile likes to bite everything. So I think, yeah, that's pretty kobold. And for destination while attacking force with A, turn it on the partner feint. So I realized that I can move diagonal while holding R. Right? But I can also do this if I'm accurate enough. Oh yeah, I have moves. Tackle and grind. Oh no, McDonald's ad. I'm hungry now. Meow. And then I can do tackle. Oh my god, I suck. Nope, I'm the best. Poke is the money in this world. Collect and save it to buy useful items. Yeah. I also want to explore everything before I go down. That's a long path of nothing. Thanks, game. Alright, I'm ready to go. First, one more of you to open the menu with P. Yeah, think before I see. I know how to play this game. I'm the best. Also, you guys might notice that I'm looking this way. My Switch screen is over there. And then my stream screen is over here this time, so it's a little bit different. Because usually when I stream, I usually look at this way. Because my screen is that way. How do I face that without... Because I'll attack down, right? Select the button that I can... Oh. Oh, that was scary. Let's select stuff. Oh! Oh, then do I... Oh, okay, okay. I found it. Ow. I'm so strong. Yeah, everyone looks a little bit confused on which way you're looking. To be fair, I'm always confused. That's just me. I have the confusing aura. It's not that I confuse others, I myself am confused. All the time. What? No. Kobo will grr at you. Grr. What? Ooh. I did it! My level went up! Well, Ankle Biter didn't level up though. Oh, I'm so good. Your team regains HP as it moves. Hold B and press A to recover HP quickly on the spot. Oh! I didn't know that. So hold B and then A? Oh, why am I... Oh, they're moving, so I can skip a turn? Oh! I'm gonna heal. I'm healed. Oh! Wait, they help! An orange berry has restored HP. Yeah, I know what orange berry is. Nice. Not nice. I cannot get it anymore. Sometimes waiting is a virtue? Don't I know it? I play Counter-Strike and then the game told me to be patient. But I'm never patient because I'm a kobold. So I can skip a turn. Right, and then face him. Do the tackle. Kablam! Ankle Biter! Yeah, leveled! 4 HP, holy shit. Attack 1 up at 3, defense 1. Oh, no defense. Pure attacking couple. I live to die. What's with these long pathway? Oh, there's nothing else, okay. That OST sound like what? Sounds like what I imagine when you hear when you take shrooms. Oh, I don't even know how to talk anymore. Drink. Oh my god, Toon, hi. Toon, friend. Hello. I need to get my water. Kobo friend. I hope Toon is doing good. I just destroyed my table. Need to make sure you start your boom. Definitely doing. I'm gonna go get some water myself, so I have to do the self-care visit. I'm next in line after the table. Oh? Like a hospital visit? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna stretch.
Yep.
Yep. Where? Mommy, where are you? Sniffle. Poor Caterpie. We came to rescue you. Huh? Your mom's waiting. Let's get you out. Okay. Just like that. No question asked. My baby is safe. I'm sorry, I don't know how I could ever thank you properly. Don't worry, lady. There have been a lot of quakes and fishes lately. It's dangerous. I'm glad our little guy's not hurt, honestly. Please, may I have your names at least? I'm Ankle Biter. and this is Tiara. Cool. Who is staring at me adoringly? Those sparkly eyes, it's a little embarrassing. But this doesn't feel bad either. It's like I'm a hero. Helping Pokemon in trouble might be a good experience. Thank you, Ankle Biter and Tiara. I know it isn't I know it isn't really enough, but this is a token of our thanks. Please accept it. The promised Oran Berry. Pecha Berry. Raspberry. Whoa. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Hey, thanks for helping me out. You're pretty tough. I respect that. So, what are you going to do after this? I mean... Say, Tiara, if you don't have anywhere to stay, why don't you come with me? Not just like that, no question asked. Well, this is the place. Ooh. Oh, it's different from the Charmander house. Wow. I can't explain, but I'm happy. I'm a human being, but I like this place. I feel weirdly happy. It might be an instinct thing for Pokemon. Maybe this is why it feels like to want to wag a tail. Do you have one, Bulbasaur? It doesn't matter, I'm happy. Maybe I feel that way because I'm Bulbasaur. Oh dear, I can tell you're impressed. I thought you'd like it. I figured you'll find this an easy place to live, Tiara. In fact, I was sure that you'd like it. God, I love Ankle Biter. This is your mailbox. This is where you get mail from other Pokemon. You know that fissure Caterpie fell into? There have been other natural disasters like that all of a sudden. A lot of Pokemon out there are hurting from those disasters. I want to help Pokemon like that. I want to help make this a safer place for Pokemon. And I think you're capable after seeing how you did rescuing Caterpie. How would you like to form a rescue team with me? Tiara, I think we'll make a world greatest rescue team. How about it? Of course. Anything for Totodile. Form a rescue team. Okay, let's start it. It's starting right now. Me and you, Tiara, we're partners in the rescue in our rescue team. I'm counting on you. The team's name. Actually, I haven't thought of one yet. Hey, Tiara, what do you think would be a good name? Pokemon? No. The Echo Minus. I was thinking of the Kobolds, but the ankle biters? Oh god. Oh, it's so good though. It needs to be the ankle biters. Ankle biters all caps? No, this one not all caps. We need to register this name. The ankle bee? No, I cannot type so much. The ankles. We are the ankles, and then we have an ankle bite. Oh no. I want to be the ankles. Well, just ankle biters will also work. I think the ankles, and then the irony is that we have an ankle biter, so we're gonna get bitten. I like it. I want the ankles. If only I can like. We are the no. We are the ankles. Ankles, yum. We are all caps. You know what? You're right. You're right. We're the ankles. Get a captain. There. It's named the ankles, okay? Yeah. The ankles! Yeah, that's a good name. It suits us. Of course it suits us. Rescue team the ankles. We begin tomorrow. Let's do it. Oh, that's so cute. And that is how Tira and Ankle Biter began their careers together as a rescue team. We're gonna do so good. You bite your team members? I probably do, yeah. I need to satiate my urge to bite. The next morning. I'm still the same. The way I look, I'm still Bulbasaur. But why would I be transferring to a Pokemon? Oh my god. TF? I don't understand this at all. I feel groggy and sleepy. Not feeling well. I need more sleep. Now I only want to sleep. I'll rest in bed. Like this? Of course she bites them. You're gonna check to make sure your teammates are ankles on. Probably because of her. I'm being called out. TF tentacles? Oh my god, both of them are so good. Ah, I'm feeling refreshed. I still look like a Pokemon, but oh, that's right, that Pokemon. I think it was Ankle Biter. We made a promise to form a rescue team together. I wonder what Ankle Biter is doing. I should go out. Spin. I've been meaning to play this at some point, but I struggle with RPGs and don't really play Pokemon. I mean, that's fair. Oh no! Sorry. God! Totodile is so adorable! I was so excited. I've been waiting out here since dawn. I guess I just fell asleep. Anyway, our rescue team officially begins. Let's do this right. So anyway, we don't have any job offers yet. No. Oh yeah, maybe there's something in the mailbox. Ankle Biter checked the mailbox. The mailbox contained a rescue team starter set. I knew it'd be there. It's a rescue team starter set. You always get one when you start a rescue team. Ankle Biter opened the rescue team starter set. There was a rescue team badge inside. There was a toolbox. Issue of Pokemon news inside. Yeah, there's all sorts of good stuff in it. This rescue team badge, it's proof that you're in the rescue team. This toolbox too, you can use it for keeping items that you find in dungeons. I'll put the stuff that Butterfree gave us in here. Might as well put it to good use. But items are really useful. Let's use them in our adventures. And We have here a copy of the Pokemon news. It has useful information for rescuers. I'll leave the Pokemon news in the mailbox. You should read it later. Check the mail like it's an in real life thing. Ankle Biter went to work and had a rough day. Ankle Biter. Then let's see. Is there any other mail? Did we miss anything? Ankle Biter checked the mailbox, but the mailbox was empty. Aww. Okay, so there isn't any mail for us after all. If there were any rescue jobs, we would be getting mail, but I guess no one knows us because we just started this team. Oh. Clunk? Huh? What's up? Maybe this is it. Dear, how about you checking your mailbox? Hey dear, aren't you going to check the mailbox? Okay. I checked the mailbox. Maybe it's a rescue job request? Come on, what's it say? Tira read the letter. I heard about you from Caterpie. Please, we need your help. Magnemite is in trouble. A strange electromagnetic wave flowed through a dungeon, and it stuck together Magnemite and Magnemite. That isn't enough to form a Magneton. It's not complete the way it is now. Please, we need help. From Magnemite's friend. What do you think? Should we go for it? Yeah. That's what I want to hear. Let's do this right. Yeah. The dungeon, huh? Yeah. I mean, I like dungeons. Right? Oh, you're here. My friends are in this cavern. My friends should be on B6F. Please help them. Defeat foes using moves instead of A attacks for more EXP points. Choose and set the move you want to use. How do I choose and set? I mean, I know how to set, but how do I use the set move? Like I set it here, and then how do I just do it? I don't know. Wing. What? Uh-oh. Money. Money is mine. Don't you dare take my money. Ooh, tough one. Oh, what does that mean? Oh. Nice. I remember that thing. I played for half an hour. Wait, is this a roguelike? I think it kinda is, yeah. It's so randomly generated, so... Oh my god, what's with this long... Pick an apple. Eating an apple or gummy fills your belly. Choose some other items in the menu and eat one before your belly gets empty. Belly? 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 So do I just eat it? I mean, I guess. Here is belly fill up full. Okay, nice. Wait, do Totodile need... do Ankle Biter need it as well? Huh? It doesn't show your belly. I don't know how to check. The map literally looks like same generation used in Rogue. I can't believe it. What? Am I gonna get poisoned? Leech Seed! I did it! My level went up! Oh. Ankle Biter. Ankle Biter is really hard to level up. What does this do? On the target, leash every several turns to restore the user's HP. Bow in front, cut corners. Oh. So, like... so this one doesn't cut corner. So I think I can just do this. What? Hey. There's someone coming. I press the wrong button. Ow. Oh. I soak. Nice. There are suddenly so many Pokemon. Well, if he focus on learning instead of biting angles, you actually learn something. Choose a partner with the team command and set its tactics and IQ skills. Cooperation with partner is the key. IQ skills? Oh, tactics. Let's go together. Guard the foes. Avoid the first hit. Avoid the first hit. The Pokemon will try to avoid being attacked first. If a foe comes close, the Pokemon will attack. Oh, this one? We'll try to stay with the leader. After foes, we'll head straight toward any foe it spots. Oh, I think I like this one. Can I change my own Can I change Lulu, can I change my own tactics? What's my IQ? Hi, Woke. Hello. Hello, Woke. Hope you're doing good. Focus on traveling, move and item less often? Wait, I can change my own IQ? Catch and hold a thrown item. It can't make a catch if it's already holding. Yep, on the item. It also can't catch seeds on entering. I don't understand these so many things. Nice. Whoa. A Passion Berry heals any kind of poisoning. Yeah, okay. So many things. It's a dead end. God damn it, it's a dead end. I told myself it's a dead end, still going anyway. What? A total die? Where are you going? Oh. Yeah. Wait, so is avoiding the first hit just total down running away from the hit forever? I'm gonna eat. Have a good eat, Brian. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, boosted my interest in this game. Nice. I mean, this game is great so far. I haven't played much of this, but it's fun. I like it. Nice. I did it. My level went up. Mine's at only 222, so well balanced. How about Totodile try to go after foes? Yeah, this one. Got him. Ankle biter. Rage. Oh, yeah, level 2, 1, 2. Oh, oh, 3. Special attack? Wait, I thought you only do like physical attacks. I got a seed. A blast seed flames the foe you are facing. Turn to face the foe, then use an item. Oh, nice. Dead end. More dead end. Oh, yikes. It's okay, I can take a few hits. No, not ankle biter. Nice. Oh, you're getting surrounded. What? Oh, is he trying to run away? Nice. Gosh, I will let ankle biter chew on my ankles. It looks like it'll bring them great joy. Hold B, then press D to speed up movement. Hold R and press... Wait, I can speed up movement? Hold B and then... Oh my god, it's super fast, okay. What? No. Hi, Eevee. It's too fast. Is there like a... Oh, wait. No. Others. Game option. Dungeon. Speed. Fast. So how does fast be like? Oh gosh, a whole card. Oh, I like this, yeah. So I don't need to hold B because that way it's just insanely fast. Oh. Man. Oh, fuck. Ankle biter hit him. we could. Oh my god. What? Okay. What? No. Oh. You heard the spin? And the milk? Wow. I mean, I would say I'm getting bullied, but I'm getting milked, so... Not even gonna complain, heck yeah. No, the box is blocking the milk. Oh, that's like a quote if you want. I think you can exclamation mark add quote and then space and then the quote. I think that's it. Hey hey. Oh yeah, I'm getting milk. Oh. Oh my god, damage! Holy shit! Totodile is so strong. Give me your head. What? Eat an apple or gummy when your belly goes down. Being famished can cause fainting, so check your belly in the menu. Oh, belly! It's right over there! Oh my god, I didn't even know. So, belly 54 is really bad, right? So I need to eat an apple again? Nice! Well, it's my first ever quote in So Unhinged, I know. A gravel rock? Wait, that's my rock! Alright, where the fuck is that Voltron? I need my rock. Alright, you must be the culprit. Oh, rock! Graveler rocks can be lobbed at distant falls. Set them for use under items, hold L and then press R to throw them. So... set... hold L and press R. What do you mean? I mean, I was talking about the not safe for work, part of the fandom. You know, people usually, there are people out there who does, you know, who does the not safe for work kind of stuff for to make a living. Well, which is very understandable. Oh, Angle Biter! Oh my god. Yeah, the level. HP 4, attack 3. Oh my god, Totodile is so strong! Hey, friend. The bigger part, you mean my... and I'm being told I'm the holy one! I did it! My level went up! But yeah, it is the bigger part. I mean, I'm one of them, but I don't do it for a living. Yeah, it's like 1.5. How big is inch? I don't know. Oh, this one is a small one. B6F, right? Looks at blue sky. Yeah. True. True. My blue sky is very... Yeah. A cherry berry heals paralysis. I know that. More apple. Not crap. Yeah. I'm so stoned. Actually, I'm a 30-foot tall dragon. My parent at least the size of your Pixel didn't happen. Your blue sky is honestly pretty relatable, but I'm way too shy to admit it. I mean, I was very shy about it, but I guess last year I got lucky with the... Last year I went to Forum, the convention, and then I was like, oh, got very lucky that I met someone who is like pretty open about stuff, and then we talked a bunch. It's like, it's great. I think that opened me up a little bit. Hi Roxas. Yeah, what's up? Your viewers are asking for my picks? I mean, why not? Dragons are hot. But only if you consent to it, then you send it. But if you didn't, then don't. Yeah, very important. The hotel? I still haven't received the email yet. Is it just me? Yeah, no reply from me. Mochi say what? The golden reply said full. At least give me a rejection mail. But like, I'll let you show them. No, send them to me. Oh, and then the ad is here. Sorry about the ad. Oh, crap. No. Oh, there's more road I can explore. Oh, I pressed B though. Got him. Oh my god, just whole of nothing. Uh-oh. Nice. Wait, let me help. Oh. Oh, soundproof. God damn it. Crap, I cannot help.
Delicious.
Who? Ah, Ferret. You were saying? I was saying, thank you, Ferret. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I was saying, if the hotel is full, I should at least receive an email saying that I got rejected or something. They didn't even send me an email, and I think that's kind of... I don't like it. At least tell me that it's full, you know? I didn't even receive email. He can blackmail the dragon picks if the dragon publicly resists them himself. Oh hey, there they are. Let's get them out. We did it. We're so good. Our bodies separated. Bzz, bzz, rejoice. Bzz, bzz. Yay. Bzz, bzz. Yay! Be thankful you too. You are our hero. Thank you. Oh, I got 500 money. Reviver seed. Rosemary. Oh my god, I got money. So how? I legit don't know. If I don't have confirmation that they denied or like they rejected my email, like if I don't have that, I feel scared. And I feel scared to go for Pinnacle. Mochi, they probably go the one you go. Yeah, Pinnacle, right? Just Pinnacle is not too bad. Boy, I'm sure that our rescue went well today. I have to admit, since that was our first shot with the rescue team, I was really nervous. I'm wiped out. I'll go home and get some sleep. Let's do this again tomorrow. See ya! Bye-bye, ankle biter. He asking us how one join. I'm probably gonna make my own, book my own. You know, one time I applied for a job and got my rejection letter 6 years later. Rip. Wow, 7 years later. What the fuck? Well, rude. Holy shit. So you book your hotel alone? Most likely. Rich? I'm not. Where am I? Gonna go all to yourself? I'm probably gonna share with someone? I have someone in mind currently. Maybe is this a dream? Oh, there's someone here. Who is it? Someone I know. I can't remember. If I need boyfriend? I don't have one. I see. I don't have one. No one don't want me. You want join? Is it, huh? You want join? Okay. I think I dreamt something. I can't quite remember what that dream was about. If I secret boyfriend? I mean, I'm not really wanting to find a boyfriend. Oh well, today's another day of rescues. I wonder if I have any mail. Better check the mailbox. Yeah. I checked the mailbox, but there was no mail seeking help from the rescue team. Morning, Tara. You're up early. Oh, you checked the mailbox, did you? So, what's the word? Were there any rescue jobs for us? It was empty? Oh, well, I guess so. After all, we only just started out. Well, no point moping. Let's go check Pokemon Square. I think there will be jobs posted at the Pelipper post office. Pokemon Square is somewhere this way. Let's go. Pokemon Square? How about a cute GF? I don't know. I feel like sometimes I want to find a significant other, but at the same time, not so much. I don't know how I feel about a significant other. How about a chip? I couldn't resist the belly though. The belly, very tempting. This is Pokemon Square. That's the Kecleon shop. You can buy and sell items there. So I want to book Pinnacle yourself, not expensive, huh? Airbnb not so expensive one, no. I think Airbnb is actually kind of affordable. How about Sugar Dragon? Oh my god, please. That's Felicity Bank. You can save your money there. This is the Goblin Link shop. Goblin will link moves for you. Huh? What's linking? Well, if you link moves, you can use them at the same time. What? If you need details, you better be off asking Goblin. This is Kangaskhan's storage. Store items here so they'll never be lost. If you have important items, you should store them before you head out to a dungeon. Oh, I forgot to change that one still.
Thanks to @Jade11th, amazing top bird, for my gift sub.
Amazing
Kush
top
blend.
bird. Cause Mochi says still got 2 slot. I'm probably not gonna stay with Mochi's game. But yeah. My advice is focus on oneself first. One can be happy and love someone without loving themselves first. Oh, it's kinda hard to love myself currently. not with my brain like this. Thank you, Chashio. 6 months, wow. Also welcome. Hope you're doing good. How do you like it? The shops are useful, huh? Oh yeah, there's also the Pelipper Post Office. It's straight ahead past here. I'm sure you can get information on rescue jobs there. So let's start with a visit to the Pelipper Post Office. I see Mochi reply, how? Can't ask the hotel anything or? Actually, I have no idea. Maybe I can try my authentication code and see if they can verify the situation. Hello, welcome to the Kekleon shop. We, the Kekleon brothers, have a passion for selling items. Items are useful for your dungeon adventures. Use your imagination and discover innovative uses, please. Ah yes, if my shop sells out. New merchandise will arrive the following day. Until then, please go to a dungeon and spend some time. Please visit on your return. It's a nationwide chain. There are shops even in dungeons. Please do visit. So expensive. Maybe you can ask CT help. I could try asking CTC if it can help in any way possible. I love how the term Sugar Dragon made you use. I mean, of course it's Sugar Dragon. Oh my god. You don't want advice from a demisexual? Just wait till something happens, I don't know. Eh? I should check what demisexual is. Better than Ace giving advice. Kobo, hi Alex. Can I sell my things? Apple only 1, wow. I mean, it's best to store them, right? Technically, damage belong in the aspect. Oh, better advice from the pansexual. Everyone is hacking adorable, so pursue them all at once and forget yourself. The demisexual is only being attracted to people you form emotional bonds with, which is me. Oh. Oh, so like a very selective yeah. Still better chance of staying in one after. I'll try to like get a confirmation email from the Hotel Amada and see what I can do then. I wanna store things. Kankashkan. Hello there, welcome to Kankashkan storage. I can store items that you found in dungeons or that you bought from shops. If you faint in the dungeon, your items will be lost, but once in storage will be safe. I keep guard over the storage space so anything you leave with me won't ever disappear. If you have any items that you can't bear to lose, be sure to leave them with me. Anything else there? You can choose more than one item using L or R, so I may have a few ordinary. I'm bringing the seed for damage. I'm storing 1 pecha, 2 pecha, 3 pecha. Store like 2 apples. I think that's good enough. Yeah. Okay, stored away. You can count on me, honey. Do you want to store anything else? We good. Bye-bye. God, Kankashkan is so sweet. Hello, welcome to the Gulpin Link shop. Link moves all your leg for just 150 Poke. Sure thing, what do you need information on? Setting moves. When you're in a dungeon and you're about to use a move, isn't it a pain to open the window each time? You can avoid that. You can just conveniently set a move for instant use. A set move can be instantly used with LA. Thank you! That's what I was finding! See? Isn't it easy? Just set the move, hold LA to use it. Very convenient. You can also switch the set move in the dungeons, do try it out. Okay, what else do you have? Linking moves. When moves are linked, 2 or more moves can be used one after another in one turn. For example, if the moves Scratch and Growl are linked, both Scratch and Growl are used in one turn. See? Amazing, huh? Using links, well, depending on the move you link, you can get incredible results. Oh yes, when moves are linked, they are used in sequence from the top one first. You can also separate link move by selecting the D-link command. The sequence of moves can be changed by pressing R, then pressing up or down on... Try to innovate with links. Try creating links of your very own. Remembering moves? Putting one in the bag. Ever face this situation? I can help. Come to me and I make you instantly remember forgotten moves. Well, when Pokemon remember, I end up seeing that instant. That look of enlightenment, that amazed look of pleasure. Pleasure? I run this business because I live to see that moment. Cool. Hey. Pardon? Oh, the Pelipper Post Office? The Pelipper Post Office would be straight down this path. It's out at the Cape, you can't miss it. Thank you. I don't know why, but there have been many natural disasters lately. A lot of Pokemon have gone wild and violent because the disasters scared them. It's a mean world out there. There was a forest fire not long ago, it was terrible. Luckily, Blastoise and Feraligatr were about to douse it quickly. But it could have been much worse if they were slower getting there. Welcome, this is Felicity Bank. Store. I will guard it jealously. Bye-bye. Oh. Over there, the Pelipper Post Office. It is very Pelipper. This is where information is gathered from Pokemon needing rescue in all sorts of places. Take a look at this. See this bulletin board? It lists rescue jobs. Check it out. I'm sad and lonely. 1 orange berry wanted. Deliver 1 orange berry. I can't get out. Help. I don't know how I did it, but I can't exit. Why? Why is everyone attacking me? So Sun can, right? Let's go save him. Oh, I can take all of these? Deliver orange berry. And then save. Help me. I'm also sad and lonely. Somebody save me. Oh, I'll lie on your belly. If you want to go on a rescue, you first choose the job by selecting accept. Then, on the job list, choose the job. Then confirm your take job to go on that rescue mission. If you don't select take job, you won't be able to see the rescue job even if you go to the dungeon. For the time being, we should just stick with the jobs posted here. Our team will become known after we do some rescue jobs. It's a mean world we live in. Bitch, you don't even know. You don't even want to know how much worse it could be. When I look at the trash heap we have to call reality. Oh man. If you want to take on a rescue job, choose the job on the job list, select take job, get in the habit of doing that regularly. So... like this, right? So now you just go to Tunnel Wave Cave and we can do a bunch of stuff. Hello there, this is Friend Rescue Counter. SOS mail? I had a thank you mail. How may I serve you? Oh, okay. I'm your guide to what you can expect at the Paper Post Office. Friend rescue? These sound like the online thing, I think. I wouldn't mind that. Oh yes, the world is so cruel. Say the creature that doesn't have to deal with taxes or reward politics. Politics, Wish Cash Pawn? Wish Cash? Hi. I've heard fishes have opened up in the ground here and there. They're trouble for everyone. It worries me to no end, thinking that children will fall down into them. Okay. I can run. I'm so fast. No. There appears to be no one inside. There's a notice posted in the back. Under construction. Keep out Makuhita Dojo. Oh. Oh, it's a dojo. So how do I go for a job? Oh! Yeah, go here. Love the music. We need to deliver one Oden berry, right? We have one, too. I can also throw rocks. Oh crap. Nice. What? Oh. Nice. Wait, LA. Nice. It's running away. Nice. There's one more room, but I don't think I want to go there and explore. It's too far. I aimed the wrong way. Nice, got him. Fast Kobo. Kobo faced. and speed. Oh, wow. Oh, crap. Nice. Who took the rock? Ratata took the rock. Must be this one. Oh. Not ankle biter? Nice. Rock. Kobo kebab. Kobo kebab? Hot. Yeah. What? No, don't eat kobold. No, no. No kobo kebab. Oh crap. Bunch of bullies. So many ratata here. Oh, something is getting auto-modded. Not to mention... Oh! I guess I can read that out because that word is bad. Not to mention crying, since this is designed as a kids game, the word building doesn't get further than stealing or slight bullying. These guys don't have to deal with war, rape, murder, slavery, someone trying to break your mind via various means or other cruel BS humans tend to do. This guy lives in a paradise and is still complaining. Oh, I was talking about eating a kobo. At least not in the war sense. No. I read the message out from Chashu. Sorry, I couldn't approve of that word. I know there's no ill intention there. It's just the word itself is no. Oh. Got him. Oh. Oh. Oh man. Nice. Got him. You've reached the destination floor. I should go up. Nice. A fine whip. I can tentacle other things now. I did it. Level went up. It's all two. Wow, so balanced. Nice. Oh, is that it? No. Yeah. Ooh. Whoa. And slapping ass in my chat? Wow. Slapping ass. This move cut corner, I think. You cut corner? Both in front, okay. This one cuts corner. Yeah. So I can use this one? What? Man, total Dao's damage is crazy. Yeah, leveled. I didn't know Total Dao can get so many SP attacks. Whoa. Oh. Wow. Oh, thank you all. To Chip. Oh, thank you. Thank you all. And I don't know if I said thank you to the coffee donation just now as well, but thank you again all. Oh, no, that was Furren. Like, that was you, right? I don't know. But thank you. Thank you. He and Kobo appreciate a lot. Oh. Aha. Oh crap. Of course they have the shock body. Yeah! Look at all the bongo tail. Love that combo. Accidental combo too. Come see me at the Pelipper post office later, okay? No, there's one more. Belly? Ooh, oh, we are very hungry. Oh, each apple gives 50. Oh my god, Tikaka has my tail. Oh, it's more like Torku. And Torku has Tira's tail. And Torku is cute. I mean, honestly, Kobolds are just adorable. I love them. Oh. Oh. I can't hit him. Totodile needs this. Hey. Nice. Got him. Okay, not much. I think this is the last one, right? B5? sleep seed. Throw a sleep seed and then fold to put it to sleep for a little while. Eating it will put you to sleep? I can sleep? Wait, I can just eat it and sleep? Oh. Oh my god, I got a maximum 5 turn sleep. TK really pulled me to something. First I joined the guild, then Discord, then I started watching Twitch regularly because of them, and now my follow list is practically endless. Yeah. So many beings that I cannot watch all of them. But also speaking of guild, I still haven't been able to play Elder Scrolls Online. It's like, Oh, is it the sunken? Oh, No. Yes. But how do I get on after? Crap. Where was the other kid? Is it because you're adorable? Chip is adorable. I've been thinking I was maybe steering myself cause casually like Ryu? Ryu? Oh, there's someone there. Crap, I'm very far away. Step on the apple. Oh, are we doing a full items? Oh, we have too many apple. Let's eat it. Ooh, that's a tanky one. The bunny is so daunting tonight, huh? Your wolf buddy also from Malaysia. Ryu. Oh, Ryuki, right? Oh, Ryuki. Oh. My brain immediately went to, you know, Shoryuken, Hadoken, and Tatsumaki Seppu Kick. That Ryu. Ryuki is really nice. I saw Ryuki did like a long stream of Warhammer Boltgun and also 7 Days to Die. It's like, wow, that's a long stream. My level went up. It's all 2. Yeah, I think that's everything. Whoa, wait, what? If you're on the final floor, you escape from the dungeon. So now I have to go to the final floor? Oh, I cleared the dungeon. Oh, I'm so good. Here's a reward. Max Elixir. Max Elixir? What the fuck? Ooh. 5 rescue points. The ankles! Thank you for rescuing me. I got rocks. Rescue points. Reviver Seed. Oh my god. Max Alex. Oh, holy shit. We did good today. Let's knock off and call it a night. See you tomorrow. Bye bye, ankle biter. Yes. Oh, this game is so much fun. Holy shit. Here, find item in dungeon mission can be cheesed by bringing the item the game asks for into a dungeon. The game only checks for if you have them when you leave the dungeon. If can't detect if you actually pick the item up, is it the dungeon or not? It also does. Have code to guarantee the item in question even spawn. Oh, max elixirs are filler here, so it's like it's not useful. Right, but it's max elixir. Uh-oh. Dot dot dot. More dots. Again? Am I dreaming again? It's that Pokemon again. Huh? They're talking to me. I can't hear them clearly. What are they saying? Oh shit. Huh? Shaking? An earthquake? It's getting worse. For a dream this feels strangely real, but... Oh god, am I gonna die? The next morning. Hello? The little yawn. Hello, you are Tiara? Aren't you? Oh, you can't see us, of course. How very rude of us. Oh, dude. That's my house! We're pleased to meet you. We're Duck Trio. Last night during the earthquake, our child Diglett was attacked. He was whisked away to the peak of a tall mountain. We couldn't possibly climb somewhere so high up. That is why we must call upon you for help, Tiara. Diglett was adopted by a Pokemon named Skarmory. Whoa, bird! It's a vilely vicious ruffian. Please do be careful. Please, we need your help. We must go. Skarmory? I don't have a fire move though. With my current moveset, it's probably gonna be very hard. I could leech seed until it's dead. That was so sudden, there was no time to even say no. It's too bad, I'll better go. Alright. It's definitely useful, but it's the only item that refuses your attack points, so they're pretty common. Oh, it costs so much though, it costs like 250. Morning, Tia. Huh? Someone just asked you to go on a rescue? Yes. What? Our child Diglett was kidnapped. He was taken to Mountain Steel Summit. Please, we need your help. Bye-bye. I see. I guess we better go. Yeah. Let's go here first. Ooh, 20 rocks.
Yep.
Yep. Kobold a Blabshore? Blabshore? Eat the Reviver seed? No, that's my seed! Oh, I really cannot store so many things. Why don't I just like Sell them for money. Completely restore the PP of all the Pokemon move. Slightly fills the Pokemon belly. Oh. I guess you can sell a little bit of things. What's the purple one do? The shop of 4 orbs and TM orbs? Escape orb? Hurl orb? And another fall? Hurls the target and another fall to inflict damage. Range 4 in front. Seed. Kobo don't eat seed, but I eat it for revival purposes. Also, hi Kanai. The PP? The PP. They're too valuable? Sorry, my head. It's okay, PP. PP. I guess I can sell some rocks. Yeah. They really don't sell for a lot. I'll keep it like this. Nice, we have 1k money. I think that's pretty much it, right? Can I save? Mountain Steel. Revivers are too because of them 1-hit KO moves. I'm not even that far in, kid. I'm probably gonna die from like normal moves, not even 1-hit KO. I just started this game for less than 2 hours. So this is it. Mount Steel. Diglett has been taken to the peak here. That's right. The peak is 9F. Thank you for helping. Farewell. Okay. 9F. Well, I guess we go. Oh my god, 9F. Oh, I love Aaron. They're steel type, right? Are you steel type? Yeah, you're steel type. Rock. I think steel type is not afraid of... Wait, are you still a rock? I think you're still rock. Because that should be super effective if you're a rock. Let's switch. Switcher org. Switches the user's position with another Pokemon, however distant. Range straight line. Oh! But that's like a big brain item. Aha. I'm too strong. Oh, not. Ow. Oh. Yeah, don't use B, I guess. Ankle biter! Leveled! Damn, that's a lot of HP and attack. A rapid spin is scaled off of speed, right? I know it's scaled off something, but I don't remember. Wait, no. I don't think it does. I forgot. Oh. Got him. Bulbasaur is very tanky. Nothing hurts. I like it. Oh my god, sleeping Aaron. Uh-oh. Wait, no. Don't attack that. Get away? The Pokemon will flee from others whether they are friendly or not. In its rush or flee, the Pokemon will not be able to use any items. Oh. Let's go together. Don't hit that Aaron. Okay, now we can go back to go after foes. You won't go back there, right? Okay. Strength guidebook, nice. Oh, nice. I'm gonna assume escape orb is when I use the item I escape from the dungeon. Allows the rescue team to escape from the dungeon. Yeah, that's right. Oh my god, pets and boops. Oh my god, boops. Thank you, Becky. And the spin. Hi, Becky. Hope you're doing good. And a drink? Thank you, Becky. Right? Right. Ooh, that hurt. How do I check? Ankle biter. Ooh, ankle biter is kinda hurt. No, wait, can I just like... One, two, three orange berry. I think I can just like throw it. Right? Yeah, see that works. Areas 1 to 84. You cannot catch them, right? Or you cannot befriend them and bring them with you? Not in this game anyway. Money. Oh my god, more money. I feel like I shouldn't be using too many moves since we're going against Scammery. Is there any like audio delay or is like audio desync? Question mark? There aren't that many one-hit kill moves in the game, especially not in the story dungeons. Friend area for Wigglytuff. Okay, so I guess that's like the late game stuff. Man, Totodile is so strong. Ooh. Barely good, health is good. Okay. I don't notice any delay. Okay, good. You gain access to Wigglytuff pretty early in the story. Oh my god, it's Jijagun! What? I'm trying to save moves here, just in case. Oh. That was kinda cool. The positioning, very important. Orange gummy? When given to a rescue team member, it raises the Pokemon IQ. Fighting type Pokemon like it the best. Oh, pet! Oh my god, hi Nexus! Hello Nexus, hello Nexus. Thanks for pet. I hope Nexus is doing good. I just TF'd into a Bulbasaur. Oh boy. All the bricks. gosh, I'm so tanky. Alright, I'm just gonna go straight in. Hope everyone's doing great. I'm doing pretty good, yeah. My brain is finally no longer mean to me. And I get to TF into Pokemon. Bite, so if we don't attack them, it's good, right? Oh. Nice, there we go. How much are you gonna store? I can unleash seed. Oh. Holy shit! Okay, I should kill it first. Yeah, bite is a lot more painful than I thought. Holy shit. Yeah, now I know. Don't fuck with it. No, kill it now. Okay. I see. I think the heat wave we had is over, but I'm so exhausted. Oh. Oh no. Okay, Anchor Bite is fine. I do hope you feel better soon, Nexus. Don't just randomly eat gummies you find. There's a limited amount of gummies a Pokemon can eat. I mean, they did say fighting type likes it best. But I'm not gonna eat that one. That's a huge room. Nice. My level went up. Oh no. I'm too far away. That far? Wait, I can do it. Holy shit, Ankle Biter. Ankle Biter is dying! Please tank one more turn. Oh no! God. Everything hurts! Would you like to get help using a distress call or get the password getting help? Nah, I don't need it. With a fallen partner. I'm sorry, Ankle Biter. Oh, they really hurt. Holy shit. Otherwise, things are good. How's the bestest Kobo doing? I'm doing pretty okay. I had a light breakfast and today I'm feeling pretty nice. My brain is no longer mean to me anymore. Morning, Taylor. We blew it yesterday. Let's save that little guy today for sure. Yeah, I'll be careful this time. Maybe I'm not gonna like let Toto down. Go attacking alone because that's actually kind of scary. So we lost all items, right? Oh, we lost some item. Okay. Give me the password. It's a nuclear code for the US 129. They've done Miraidon so bad in Pokemon Unite. They messed up so bad. Fuck. Thunder Wave. Oh, it's only just Thunder Wave. Check the items. Flame Seed. No special effect. Now suddenly feel the Pokemon's belly. Okay. I guess I can give it to Jade. Rushing to the stairs can be a vital strategy to keep your AI partner from dying stupid deaths. I think it's also because I put the AI to like attacking on their own, which is kind of bad. Usually if two of us stay together, it should be fine, I feel like. I don't get a switch on. I lost all money from that. Big apple. I lost all my rocks as well. Ooh, that is rough. Oh, that is very rough. Check Discord for Depression Motorcycle. Depression Motorcycle? Hi, Tikaka. It's the Tikaka. Hello. And speaking of, there's like a bunch of beans I want to shout out. Here, I use this one. Nexus Streams. Very cute dragon. Ixon Streams. A very cute dragon. How's y'all? So many quality nerds here. And then of course there's Tikaka. Check them out, they are great. I haven't eaten, but otherwise doing good. Hope you do too. Oh my god, Chip! Eat important. I took all the rock out. Cause meep. Meep. Oh my god, meep. Alright, let's try again. This time we change ankle biter to... well, not here. I guess I can only do it in... get the Eeps oils. By the way, I hope things go well for you. Things are going pretty okay today. Yeah. We'll take another shot at Mountain Steel. We'll rescue Diglett no matter what it takes. That's the spirit. The Peaks 9F, thank you for helping. Farewell, Duck Tree. Here we go. Places are literal trash, by the way. They feel badly by like 5 points and that's it. I mean, there's C. The game playing has announced server maintenance in 30 minutes. Oh, that's the saddest thing ever. I remember I wanted to play Tekken 8 and then there's like server maintenance. Let's go together. Petrify all? Change the status of foes in the room to petrified, making them incapable of action. Foes in room? That's really strong, no? almost got worried. The spacey wacy stuff that Merp is playing too. Yeah, I saw Merp is like playing Elite Dangerous. After finishing, well, not, I don't know if Merp finished Sastek though, to be honest, but I see Merp playing those games. Very cool. What? Here are your kids a Pokemon too? I'm also expecting a package, so might disappear suddenly. It's all good. Oh, speaking of package, I got my package today. I got the fun stuff. There's a program that lets you customize color individual HUD elements that spend all night on it. On Elite Dangerous? Ooh. I mean, customizations. Love me some customizations. Show? I can't show it on the stream, I'll get banned. That's your hint. I mean, I probably don't get banned, it's not that... I mean, it's not that... I don't think I'll get a ban, but it'll be dangerously close, I think. It's nothing that, it's not... You know, it's not... I don't want to say it, it's not. Yeah, it's not that. What if we say please? Yeah, I don't know. I do love women rediscovering the wonders of pink, such a cute color. Pink is so adorable, honestly. I love pink, magenta. In a fucking instant, oh yeah, no, no. Oh yeah, I know Twitch always have this like situation where if the streamer is like female, they can do a lot of like outright explicit stuff. Like outright explicit stuff, but then they're not getting banned. It's a pink UI now, not orange. Oh! Oh, pink! See, I also have pink UI. It's nice. Look at that pink UI. They are great. Nice. Yeah, I think going together is the way to go, so that we don't get separated. I can post it. Always love me some pink UI. Let's see. A full item that makes the Pokemon breathe highly damaging fire. Also slightly fuels the Pokemon belly. Speaking of, I can just eat the plain seed, right? But nothing happened. Should I post it in general game stuff? That sounds okay to me. I didn't mean to let Totodile stay there. I'll take the hit. Ow. I feel like I'm way stronger than Ankle Pilot somehow. Posted? I need to check the depressed motorcycle and also that. Oh, PC's dying. Ah, look at it. Oh, it's so pink. Oh, that looks nice too. Oh, I like that. Oh, the depressed model. Oh my god. Oh, that was so lazy with Miraidon in Pokemon Unite. Holy shit. Worked very hard on it. I think it's pretty worth. That looks pretty good. At least I like it personally. I'm gonna throw rocks. I never throw one rock. Now I can throw rocks. Also, can I curious about the depressed motorcycle? It's a picture of Miraidon in Pokemon Unite. No. And give me my berry back. Mine. Like the details on the Miraidon is just so... It's like a slap of the face. That looks pretty... That looks kinda bad. I mean sure, it's as Miraidon as it gets, but... It's just not done too well. Its legs. Rock. Ooh, almost out of tackle. That... Oh, it's the guy. Who? What in the fuck's name was that? Why is it suddenly something that's like strong as fuck? Me, please. To be honest, he at least sounds really strong. I mean, Pokemon Unite, everyone sounds really strong. I need healing. I'm gonna skip my turn. No. Oh, oh. I mean, that's some heal, right? 100 money? Special ability boosted attack. Damn, money. Oh, don't mess with that thing. Oh, oh my god, I got so lucky. Entire rogue. I think that one is like a pure attack Pokemon. A glass cannon. I think we're getting close to the summit now. Wait, got me. No what type Pokemon likes it best. Ooh, Belly's pretty bad now. Oh, I know you're a rock type for sure. Die. Or not. 103. What's the Aaron doing? Oh. More got me. Looks good. 7th floor. Why is that Metang? Oh. You are Steel type, I think. Recoil? Oh, Ankle Bite is dying. Oh, Q. No bite allowed. You mean he's about to bite his last ankle? No, not the last ankle. That sounds so sad. No effect on Belden. Oh, takedown. Barely 47. Do I have another apple? Oh, I don't have apple. Oh, I guess I can eat this for fun. So I can use Blast Seed to deal big damage. It's fire too, right? If it's fire, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be super good against Skarmory. Yeah, highly damaging fire. See if that works. Yeah, glass cannon. Pinsir? Alright, how strong can Pinsir be? Uh-oh. Unchecked didn't go down. Vice Grip, what is that? Oh wow. Okay, so Pinsir is not super strong. Yeah, I think letting Toto down or like Ankle Biter sticking with me is like the best idea. I can prevent death. Does it still work? Nope, so Belgium don't care about that. Oh. Cool. We don't get EXP for that? Oh my god, that's rough. Rock. Love that little wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, harden. Wiggle, wiggle. Money. Ah, there's a lot of R going on. Yip, yip, yip. Yip. Oh my god, yip, yip. All the yips for Merp. Hi, Merp. Intensely attaches the tear. I'm so attached. I feel so attached by Merp too. Oh my god. Hi Merp. Merp is full of energy today. I love you all. A very aggressive love. I love you too, Merp. We love you too. I'm pretty sure we love you too. We did it. Look, there are Diglets over there. Hi, Diglett. Hey, alright? We're here to rescue you. Unlimited power. Oh yeah, chat. Eat Merp. Check out Merp. Merp best Kobo. I'm scared. We like Merp. You! What do you think you're doing here? Can you rescue Diglett? Hey, Scummery, quit doing this and release Diglett. How dare you? It's their fault. I haven't slept in days because the earthquakes frightened me so every night we had them. Those earthquakes are caused by this brat's ilk running wild underground. Whoa, that's not true. Sure, there have been quakes galore lately, but it would take more than Diglett's family running wild under the ground to set off a quake. And you be quiet! We'll fight if you keep that up. It's useless. Scummery is too steamed to talk reasonably. We're going to have to fight. Oh shit! Woo! Do you like Blast Seed? It appears to be weak here. Oh, wait, really? Wait. Huh? I mean... Wait, no. Tyrogue is stronger than Scummery down there. What do you mean? Well, at least the music is cool. My energy levels have quieted down. I exploded. Oh, Merp exploded. Sleeps. Night night, Merp. I love how Merp is attached to me and then still sleeps. I love that. Yeah, I can't keep up. I'll flee for now. Hey, we sent Scummery packing. You're safe now, come on down. I can't. I'm too scared to move. That's a lie. Speedrunners use blast seeds to smell bosses. I mean, that only did like 30 damage. Okay, no sweat. We'll go to you, just wait. You cannot. Oh, whoa. Whoa, there's some cliff. I can't see the bottom. Tira, what do we do? We can't get across this. Bzz, 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 bzz. Hey, it's those Magnemite from the rescue. We got word of this. We can rescue Diglett from the sky. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Hold on to us tight. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Don't be scared. We won't make the mistake of zapping you. A Diglett is a ground type. You don't have to worry about that. Oh, they did it! Oh, I was very scared. Maybe because I was somewhere up so high. My feet feels like they're still walking on air. Feet? Feet? He has them? Feet? I'm attached to you and exploded. That doesn't concern you? No. It's an explode of love. How does it hold on? It's a ground sausage? I don't know. Well, you're safe now. Good thing, huh? Yes, thank you very much. Oh, you've been rescued. Great, great. Uh-oh. Bang. Huh? What was that? Who said that? Whoops, you can't see us? That's terribly rude of us. Hello, Dark Trio here. Oh, Papa! Diglett here is worried that you're not hurt. Nope, it was scary, but I'm alright. It's all thanks to Tiara's team. And thank you for everything, you're heroes. If you want to thank anyone, thank our Magnemite friends. We couldn't have done this rescue on our own, right? Oh, how rude of us. Thank you so much. No. It was the only thing to do. And how both our evolved forms are joint trials. I feel a certain kinship. After all, Pokemon must help each other. I'm impressed. Sincerely, thank you. We must be going to all caps. Ankle biter. Ankle biter. Thank you. Farewell. Money. Scarf? Ginseng? Oh, are they like hold items? We'll be on our way too. Wait a second, hold on. What is it? Listen, how would you like to join us? Join your team. Yeah. We couldn't have done the last job if you weren't around, Magnemite. I thought we would need more help for doing rescues in the future. Hey Tira, you think so too? Yes, more members needed. Bosses don't have as much health as you may think, and Blast Seed to deal set 30 damage, which is consistent. Oh, they look so angry. Thank you! Angry, thank you! Thank you! So come on, how about it? Enjoy our rescue team, what do you say? Rescue team! That sounds fun! Bzz, bzz, bzz. But if you need us to rush over to rescues, we need somewhere to live close by. Is there anywhere we can live in this area? Well... Oh, there isn't. Too bad. Sorry, but we can't join you. See you! Bzz, bzz, bzz. Bye-bye. That was fast. That is too bad. I guess we need somewhere Pokemon can live if we want them to join the rescue team. I know. Let's go out to Pokemon Square tomorrow. There's this interesting shop called the Weekly Tough Club. It wasn't open the other day when we went to the square. It might be open tomorrow though. The shop is next to Felicity Bank. I was curious about it because it's like an empty shop lot there. Usually Weekly Tough is there. We might be able to get some useful information there. Alright, so that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll go down to Pokemon Square. Pokemon. Yeah. Oh my god, I love the roguelike element of this game. It's great. It's slow paced too. And I get to TF. It's great. Dot. Again. It's that dream again. God of War? That Pokemon? Who can it be? Huh? I'm hearing better this time. What? Human? My role? Wait, please tell me more. I can't. Trusting love. What? The next morning. Oh, hi Draxus. A piece. Yeah. Wait, so up piece, do I get this now? So I should be up here now. I mean, don't mind my broken lower half. I should just like control that. Hi Draxus. Elite Dangerous maintenancing now. What do I do now with my life? No. Sleep. Sleep. Hope you think, Draxus. Other games are weird joke to you. Why you bullying me? Morning, Tira. What's with that dazed and confused look? You look half asleep. Huh? You've been having weird dreams. What sort of weird dreams? Tira told Ankle Biter about the dreams. Uh-huh. Tira, you say you're really a human, right? So I was thinking, maybe those dreams have something to do with how you became a Pokemon? So let me ask you, Tira, what are you thinking? Do you want to go back to being a human? No. It's true. I haven't thought about it much, but do I want to become human again? I'm not sure. I don't want to become human again. Come on, game. Huh? What's wrong? You can't decide? Oh, well, I guess so. It's a lot more fun hanging around with me. Yeah, we love Ankle Biter. Anyway, I promise we'll go to Pokemon Square today. Remember? We're supposed to go ask about how we can add members to our team. Let's roll already. About to finish X-Morph Defense? How about you? Redeem idea. 2 ghost hands spawn and lift your model up a bit. Up is redeemed. Ooh, shit, how would I do that? I mean, it is a really good idea. I just need to think of how will I be able to achieve that? Camera play, maybe? I'll think about it next time. That's a good idea. Money. Workforce in the same room to other places on the same floor. We don't need that. Money. I have a few games I play in rotation and now it's ED time, not Stellaris time. I also play a lot of ED recently. Yeah, I saw. It's so good now. Oh. Does this prevent poison? All item that prevents the Pokemon from being poisoned or badly poisoned. Yeah. The Pokemon take... Oh, yeah, it's poisoned, badly poisoned. I cannot give now. Boost the power of the Pokemon set move. It may not have any effect on certain kinds of move. A drink! It's not infused the Pokemon's belly. Oh! It's not an hold item. Like SEO frame shift drives? What? Don't know what that is. Turn hands into Ghost Dragon claws for extra Monsino points? Oh shit. That means I have to draw my own asset. Nah, I mean, I guess I can do that, but Store. So much money. Hi. Friends are my treasures. Welcome to Weekly Toughs Club, a circle of friends. Oh? Is this your first visit here? Oh, I get it. You started a rescue team too, didn't you? You've come to the right place. I sell? You sell friend areas. Oh, you sell friend areas. Okay. To add members to your rescue team. Since you're here for the first time, I'll give you 2 friend areas for free. Let's do it. Weekly Toughs thing. Let's be friends. That's also kind of scary. Like, you just force friends. You can go to the wild plains now. You can also go to the Mist Rice Forest. Now you can recruit Pokemon that live in these 2 friend areas. How do you recruit new members? Well, if you're fighting Pokemon that live in the friend area, sometimes they'll become to admire you as a friend. In that case, they may ask to join your team. Just keep trying. Oh. If you're giving friend areas away, can you also give my friend access to the power plant friend area? I also want to join their rescue team. Okay, gotcha. I'm giving away today. Whoa, free? Power plant. Yes, now I can join their team. Yay! Sorry, I know my friend turned down your offer to join your team yesterday. But after mulling it over all last night, my friend developed an overwhelming desire to become your team member. I apologize, but could you allow my friend to join your rescue team? Oh wow, don't forget, we were the ones that asked your friends to join us. So yeah, that'll be awesome. Get to have your friend on board. Alright, good on you. Do your best and try not to injure your rescue teammate. When you become Indian? Do your best. Try not to injure your rescue teammate. Where my teammate? Yeah, I'll do my best. Yay! Yeah. Link to Magnemite. I don't remember my basically let you boost in Super Cruise, and it's the best thing since Toast. I don't know how slaves are just so friends. Toast is pretty good. I mean, toast sounds delicious. Alright, I'll be resting up in the power plant friend area. If you want me along for a rescue, come get me at the power plant. Okay, Bubba. You can go to your friend's area by taking the left path for your rescue team base. There's a sign on the path to the left for your rescue team base, so you shouldn't have any trouble. That's all the giveaways today. If you want more friend areas, you have to buy them now. How much? Oh! Can Pokemon evolve in this game? They should be able to evolve, right? Aaron's friend area is Mountain Cliff. I don't know much about it at all. I'll check out of it. I'll add it to the friend areas. You can buy it when I can find out more. So... Oh my god. There's no Mount Cliff. Oh, you don't know much about that yet. Okay, who else I want? Nidoran's pretty good. Safari. How much is Safari? 700? You... Be right back. Now we get... Uh-oh. Uh-huh, what's going on over there? There seems to be a commotion. Oh. Please help my friend. Please, I need help. Evolving his post-game content? Okay. Forget it, we're not about to work for that. But my friend needs a gust of wind, please. Hey, what's up? Huh? That scene there? Jumpler's begging for a rescue mission, but no, not finding any luck. See that guy? There. The one in the middle with the pointy nose. He's a Pokemon named Shiftry. He's got his own rescue team. But his team's greedy. They don't work unless they get paid royally. Jumpler's been begging for help, but I feel sorry for that poor Pokemon. Wait! Charizard! Tyrone? No, who's that Pokemon again? Tyranitar! Yeah, Tyranitar hot. Remember to actually visit the friend areas that don't contain anything but are nicely designed? Oh! Tyranitar! What do you want? Oh, eat Alakazam. That's Alakazam? Rather cold-hearted, aren't you? To save Jumpler's friend, a strong wind is needed. Your leafy fans can whip up powerful winds. It's an easy matter for you. Help that Pokemon out. Okay, we'll do it. Wow. That Shiftry agreed without any argument. Hey, who are those guys? What? You don't know? It's Alakazam's team. They're the most famous rescue team around these parts. I mean, yeah, there's 2 dragons. Of course there's 2 dragons. That's Charizard. His flamethrower can melt mountains. That's Tyranitar. He takes great pride in his armored body and amazing strength. And that's the leader, Alakazam. Alakazam doesn't like physical attacks, he fights with his psychic powers. He's endowed with an amazing brain of an IQ of 5,000. You cannot use more than 4 moves somehow. Apparently he's memorized everything that's happened in the world and still not use more than 4 moves. Alakazam does all the commanding in the team. He's clearly in charge. Thank you. No need for thanks, it is only natural that you can help. If anyone turns you down again, come see me. Take care. How do I find you? Cool. I would expect less for a gold rank rescue team. Huh? You. What's wrong? What's up? ... It's fine. Nothing. Let's go. Oh, he knows. Ooh, that was scary. Sheesh. Cool. Oh dear. That's what we got to become. Let's get more members and make our rescue team first class. Ging ging. I don't know if I can help it. Kike. Oh my god, it's Gengar. Charizard, my beloved, still got like 3 of the fancy four cards. Oh my god. And Charizard is great. But there's also so many different dragon types that I love. He's Major Simpin. I can't help myself. It's just the Kobold thing. I have to sim for dragon. Good morning, Tiara. Flip, flip. More mission? Lunk. Pokemon new. I cannot job list. I'm sad and lonely. I haven't done that yet. Welcome to the rescue team. Send back telling you rescue, just hold the badge up and it does the rest. Oh, oops. I guess we do more job list? So I can have more Pokemon with me? I don't want to bring no. What? Hi Darius. Hello. Hello. Favorite game series? My first time playing it. It's so good so far. Hi Dinari. Welcome, welcome. Can I visit Safari? It appears to be a little sleepy, but it's still full of energy. Metal Cell? Tackle Thunder Shock. The ankles. Wait, there's so many places I can go? Wait, so where's Safari? Oh. Oh. Didn't I say something about I need to go to the friend area and capture something? Or do I go to dungeon? So I go to dungeon and then beat them up, but not let them die. And then they'll admire you. It's like, oh my god, Kobo is so strong, and then join my team? I guess that's it. I mean, there's no Pokeball or something. Let me see if there's any more Tiny Wood quests. Near Thunderwing? Near? Oh my god, there's so many quests for Mountain Steel. But there's no quest for Tiny Woods. Okay, we're gonna go for Tiny Wood, and then we're gonna do that quest. These two. Oranberry. I'm gonna store all the gummy I have. That should be good. The game's a bit jank about it, but you can visit MP areas. Okay. We have All and Belly. Okay, we get. Let's go to Tiny Forest. Or Tiny Wood. That's my money. I'm actually bullying here. If you have a friend area, that Pokemon that live there have a small chance to be instant revived until to defeat them. To ask that you can. Oh, okay, okay. I get it, I get it. Wake up. Wormhole. Actually bullying. This is Orange Berry, right? Oh, Orange Berry is next floor. No. Yeah. Package arrived. I am free of waiting. Nice. Good stuff. No more waiting. No. That one's running away. I always love it when I receive packages. I know, like, I always have this feeling of whenever I bought something online and then immediately once the package to arrive, it's like, no, I want my package now. I always have that feeling once you buy the thing. It's like, I need it, I need it. What's the destination for again? Did I miss it? Fine Oranberry. Oh, it's Fine Oranberry. So if I just leave, then I'll complete the quest. I remember Chashu talking about like the cheese. Oh, nice. Level 21232. Oh, hey! We found Odin Berry. Nice. I have the one if they are trying to deliver it right when I'm in the loo or something, so I just sit staring at the window or door until the package arrives. Yeah. I mean, it just happened this morning. I was in the loo. I was in the toilet and I received a call. It's like, oh, 等一下。Money. Thank you. Rock. Especially because this was sneak food, this frozen delivery, and if I wasn't there to receive it, I was afraid they'll put it somewhere else and take ages to melt. Oh yeah, that would be bad. So now I can actually just farm items and level up? Question mark? Maintenance is over, yeah! It's ED time! Oh my god! I can play Space Zoomies again. Actually, what do you do in Elite Dangerous? Do you shoot things? Do you loot things? I mean, I love looting. Good morning, dear. Oh, more mail. Man. Accepting rescue jobs. Take job. Able to handle the job. Accept the job. Try to do excellent job quickly. I got nothing. It happened once too. The post delivered snake food in the wrong pickup place and we had to go to the other side of the city to get it. It ended up being on route for the whole day longer. It was supposed to. Long time for frozen meat. Oh man. Yeah, that's rough. Money. You can trade money and make money that way. You can pew pew pirates or join the war zone to pew pew other stuff. Explore and scan planets, walk on them, drive on them, you can mine and other stuff. You can also pew pew aliens? Oh, yo, space zoomies! Especially as a banker, that's just perfect. I know, right? At least CT Bank. Okay, 3 tunnel wave. Oh wait, Mountain Steel is gone? Joe dude. Objective help me. Voltorb. I reached my limit. Everyone's consciousness is sleeping. Alright, let's go help them. Why are the rocks like separated? Thank you. Right now in grinding though, I pick up certain cargo and ferry it someplace else repeatedly until I got 1 and 1. I mean, I'm pretty sure grinding exists for pretty much all the game, be it more or less. I think the grindiest game I played was definitely Monsanto. But it's a fun kind of grind though. I'm not even complaining. Like I spent 1.3k hours on Monsanto World. No, rock. Look at that, Bulbasaur control rocks. I'm so good. Ooh. Like the grind? The most important thing. I'm gonna stop doing that. Oh. Nice. Oh. Yes, Rattata wants to join the team. Accept Rattata as a team member? Sure. Does give it a nickname? Or lower cap, right? A Breen would be proud. Right. Oh, it just instantly joined. If I get bored, I'll just go and shoot somebody. Yeah, sure. At least not too. I won't. Money. So, so I can bring 3. So that means 1 extra only. I want a needle ram. Or not. I have a scarf. Pecha Berry don't sell for a lot. Pecha Berry only sells for 5? I mean, I'm not getting poisoned at all. What? Whee! Rock. Rocks OP. That's why us Kobold love rocks. They're great. Oh. I want the needle in. Barely... 1. Oh wow. I saw some TikTok the other day. They like them sell some rocks, alright? The tummy full of gems one? Yeah, that's so fucking adorable. Yeah, I know, right? It so melts my heart too. Like, give Kobo gems and then, you know, we're gonna eat them. They're great. The textures is great. And the crunch. At least I love the crunch. The crunch. Just go. The crunch? Insert cake crunching me. Crunch. I have too many items. Ground. Switch, eat, throw. Eat. Oh. Yeah, sure. You are... no, no, no. Okay, done. Blue ball. Oh, I can bring 4? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, you... I aimed the wrong way. Oh hey, level up, I feel energized. Ball? Ball? Oh, chat. Did I forget to take the job? Like, did I forget to take the job? I did take the job, didn't I? I accepted it and I took the job. Or did I forget? I might have forgotten. Ah, fuck. Sleep seed. I might have forgotten. Aww. I forgot to... I forgot... No, I forgot... I took... The rescue team member dispersed to the friends areas. If you want to add members to the rescue team, go visit them in their friend areas. Yes. What? Oh my god, no way. I forgot to take the job and accept them. Oh my god. Oh my god. I remember my brother was playing a Zelda game on the Game Boy and he named the lost child the German word for mashed potato. Kartoffelbrei. And bringing back the lost child to her mother, she was like, I hope mashed potatoes will be just as strong as you are. Mashed potato. Somebody. Too scared to move, send a rescue team. God damn it. Alright, let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know, I could just sell all for this one. I'm gonna like store some important stuff since I'm not going for like dangerous quest. So I'm gonna like these ones. Actually, no, sell them. It's easy to get. Yeah, all's good. And then I'm gonna sell all for money. You say the German I like the English I? Oh! So, Kartoffelbrei? Something like that? When I read these nicknames, all I can think of, should I ever join Tiara's team? Punch her in the face if she tries to give me a nickname. Why would you want to punch me in the face? I give good nicknames. Like, who would want to be named Ball and Ankle Biter? Huh? Yes. Oh. Oh, TMs. Wanna give Tiara money so give me a nickname. Yeah. All the money. Right, let's go through the quest this time for real. That was really close. Ooh. There we go. That's also one way to make money, right? I want Nidoran. Give me Nidoran. No. Ah, the chances are so low. Rook. Yeah, it's a dead end. Oh, dog! Oh my god, dog! Yes. Dog. Mmm. Those refills and pro Kobo. Yes. Can I get Nidoran? No. I don't think that I chose for myself, thank you very much. Hey, that's fair. I don't need to get punched for it. Like, I'm not gonna give you a nickname. Doug. My nose grew even more sensitive. Cute. Oh, nice. No, Nidoran doesn't want to join. Also, I do give Tira money. Maybe she can give me a nickname for it. Bellygator. Bellygator. Because I love that belly. Nice. Oh, I already have one Ratan. I already have one red. No, sorry. Now my nap time? Nap sounds good. No. I'm also thinking of nappies. Nap sounds good, yeah. Only 4 hours of sleep because woke up early to receive the package. Oh. Then yeah, get some sleep. Very, very nice sleep. And Kobo wish you the best nap. And same for Chip if Chip does go for a nap. Nice. Oh. Oh, that's how it's like a support move, right? I shall stay lurking. Have a grand stream. Thank you, Tikaka. Boost the user's attack by 1 level. Oh, okay, so it's only for the dog. Understandable. Oh, hey! Money rock. Destination 4? 3, 4, 5, right? Okay. Nice, that was quick. So one more. Nuh-uh. I'm also out for a hunt for Nidoran. Oh, hey, sure. I think your name is... Tuplux. Eh. Welcome, Tuplux. We now have 2 plucks. I mean, Elekid does have 2 plucks. Look at that! Look at the head. That was quick. Watch my arms windmill. Oh, not much stat gain. Nice. One more. Oh. Two plugs. Nice. Having 4 team members does look really cool. Like if I give them different tactics for everyone, they'll just like do different things as well. It's also really cool. Sorry. 2 blocks that definitely cannot be taken out of context. I know, right? It's just 2 blocks. One last tickle. Oh. Nope. Set move cannot be used? Okay. Wait. Two plugs. 2 plugs is leveling like crazy. That's all stat gain. Uh-oh. I think that's everything, right? Yeah, let's leave. Yes. Impressively completed the mission. Impressively. I'm the best. Max elixir. 10 rocks. Ankles. The ankles. More rocks. The ankles points. I love Rumpel. Wormple. 100 money? Nice, nice. See, that's a good one. We did good today. Let's knock off and call it a night. See you tomorrow. I kind of want to bring dog. Oh. I guess now it's the grinding section of the game until something happens. Come on, and let's keep up our good work today. Uh-oh. Is this the place where that team named The Ankles is based? Oh, hi. There's nothing here. Depressing, isn't it? Who'd run a rescue team from a dump like this? Unbelievable. What's with you? Oh, over there, a mailbox. Yeah, check it out. Oh, are they stealing my shit? What do you think I'm doing? Oh, they're stealing my shit. Ooh la la, is that the taste? Oh my god. We have them all? Hey! Those rescue jobs were meant for us. Don't butt in. Okay. Doesn't matter who does it. We're a rescue team too, I'll have you know. But all we ever get up to is no good. I don't know how it works. If we have the corner, if we have the cover of a rescue team, we can get away with so much more. We have our eyes on world domination. What? World domination? Are they Team Rocket? Just not Team Rocket? Jesse! Jesse! James! You heard right? That's why we're ranking in the cash and adding to our gang. The world will be ours. The rescue team of evil, Team Meanies, is who we are. Meanie? Hey, wait! They took off. What a bunch of creeps. There's nothing left in the mailbox. No! Crying Totoro, I'll kill them. I will kill them right now. They dare make my ankle bite a cry like this. When I see them, they will die. There's no way I'm not gonna I'll bite them. Remember that I wanted to write something about Goblin saying that remembering moves will bring Pokemon pleasure. Yeah, just imagine if a legendary remembers a move and suddenly the Goblin gets a white coating. They don't actually mess with Rescue Job story in the mailbox. The story writers just felt like being cringy here. You bite them in the ankles? Yeah. Those guys clean us out. They did steal it. But we got a new one here. We lucked out. Some more mail, Pelipper. We can go back to rescue. But those guys, they're not getting away with anything the next time I see them. Yeah, you said it. I'm sad and lonely. Why is it always I'm sad and lonely? I was attacked when I was sitting still. Someone help. Okay. Oh, there's also Tiny Woods. Let me check if there's any Tiny Woods quest. Oh wait, I should... Seed apple... A bunch of rocks. Max elixir. I think I could just sell them, yeah. Sell all! Yes! Big apple? Bye-bye. Let me see if there's like a Tiny Woods quest. Deliver one orange berry. Mountain still has like 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me take all these. But this time I'm going for Tiny Woods. I think there's no one that I want to bring for now. There's 2 plugs, Bzzball, Bzz, a dog, and rat. No one that I really want to bring them, honestly. Right? Yeah. It's okay. I want to bite ankles. That's a little peachy. Yeah. Money. I forgot to store money. Hi, T-Foxer. Transform me into a Terrific Pokemon. Terrific Pokemon. I wanna transform too. Also, hi, hope you're doing good. Oh, hey. I bet you're begging to be a dragon. I'm begging to be a dragon type. I mean, yeah. Definitely. Dragon type forever. I always forget his name, but the T Pokemon actually exists. Sinistea, yeah. Sinistea is one. Think I'm actually gonna take a nappers now? Y'all lovely, have a nice rest of the stream, and thank you again for WoW for the sub. Yeah, WoW is great. have the best nap chip. Oh, I think that's who I'm supposed to. Nice. I think they wanted an orange berry that I forgot actually. I got lucky. God, I love Aaron. Look at her. 10 rocks. More rocks, more Alex. A reviver seed. Oh my god. Yeah, it is orange berry. Here's a reward. More rocks. Ankles? Oh, no more into bronze? Oh my god, I'm the best? We did good today. Let's knock it off and call it a night. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, ankle biter. Did you look up the test and reset until you get the right questions, or did you become a Bulbasaur naturally? Well, naturally, I've become a Bulbasaur, yeah. Awkward thing, I dated someone who went by the name Sinister. Then Sinistea was released, and it was cute that his and my name were included in that name. But we mutually broke out like a month later. Oh. Always loved that little yawn. That little yawn. Morning, Tira. Let's keep our good work today. Oh, Tira! Ankle Pyto! Oh, who's that? Hi. Oh! Oh, if it's in the canopy, long time no see. But please help my friend. What's wrong? I was playing with my friend Metapod, but Metapod got lost in the woods. He's still lost out there. Oh, I see. That does sound bad. Hey, not you again. Have no fear, we're here to save your chum, Metapod. Hey, can we came to us for help? You think you can do this rescue with your amateur level skills? What? It doesn't matter who does the rescuing, see? The guy that does the rescuing gets to be the hero. Listen, Caterpie, how about we do this? How about you give the reward to the team that brings back your chum first? But I don't have any money. Oh, don't you worry about that, my little friend. I'm sure we can persuade your parents to reward us with interest afterwards. Oh, holy shit. Nice, It's like, oh, him and I are still friends, which is agree word right for each other. Oh, okay, so it's like oh yeah, that does sound okay. Are you happy with what the game chose for you? I mean, not really, but I also don't want to change because this is based off of my sincere answers for the questions. So yeah, I'll go with Bulbasaur. Gengar is a mummy king. What? Oh yeah, you can even join our team. That's an offer you can't refuse. When you join us, Canterpie, we'll let you be a big wheel in Team Minis. That's a deal, Ankle Biter. The first to rescue wins. So I guess we have to fight them towards the end. Oh, poor Caterpie. Don't worry, we'll save a friend first. And here, let's roll, and quick. I can. Rock. I need. Totodile base though? Totodile is like the most kobolds of kobold in the Pokemon universe. Give me one every. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Let's go do the thing. So where are we going? Oh, new woods. Okay. I know the join those minis. Oh. I have a Toto plush because based. Oh, I want a Toto base. I want Toto plush. I've been playing Crystal with a ROM hack and I started with Totodile. Totodile is so good. Alright, Sinister Woods. This is it. Metapod is lost in these woods. The Gengar's crew should have a head start on us. We better hurry. Can learn Ice Punch via TM? Totodile? Oh. Rock. Money. Yes, and its evolutions, you can buy the TM in Goldenrod City. Sudowoodo? Oops. So much health. Did you know that Ice is the rarest type in Pokemon? There are less Ice types than even Fairy types, despite Ice being Gen 1 and Fairy being Gen 6. I think I know this, but I never really have a confirmation that Ice is super rare. But whenever I start to play Pokemon, Ice are so rare. Like, sure, there are like different Pokemons that can learn Ice type moves, but Pokemon that has the Ice type on them is super rare. So I'm glad to have a confirmation for that. I'm just glad that Dragon types is not too rare. Yeah, they are rare, but not too rare, so I'm glad. Not even gonna complain, I love Dragon types. But there are some Dragon types that's just dumb. I forgot which one I forgot which Pokemon it is, but like it's not even a Dragon type, but it doesn't even look dragon at all. But then it's a Dragon type, it's like, oh, I'm so pissed off. Stuff like that always makes me so angry. It's like, why would you lie to me with a fake Dragon type? Why is it just running away? Trying to find friends. More type are the most common type, followed by grass, then normal. Gentry fixed dragon type made them more plentiful and fixed their move pool. I wouldn't take the test too seriously, considering that you can't ever take the full test since the game just trying to choose 10 out of like 30 questions, which means that you are locked out of a certain Pokemon. If the game just refuses to ask you the right question, what do you think why people reset if they don't get the mon they want? Also, some mon like Vulpix and Eevee are female only, which is BS. I mean, it's the first time for me playing this game, so I rather get like the most authentic experience I can get. Like what the game throws at me, I'll just want to experience it as raw as possible and not alter it in any way possible. You know, authentic experience. There's no need for me to like go for the optimal or like I want this exactly for now. Maybe on the second playthrough or something, then maybe. But my first playthrough is like, nah, I want it as raw as possible. Just for that little, you know, first time special feeling. What? No. Did it not hit you? Rock. Oh, that's a bad idea. Okay, lucky. They wanted cis people to know what it's like to be trans. IRL logged my gender behind a paid DLC and extensive side quest, then tied it to a difficulty system. Ooh, it's centered. Now there's one more room up here. It's so tanky.
Hello.
Q?
Welcome.
Q Noko 7? Hello. Thanks for the follow. I doubt that the dev cares about transferring anyway, just bad game design. Whoosh. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't. But then again, it's like a GBA game, so I'm not gonna expect too much. Oh, hey! Ooh. No, my money. Evasion fell. Nice. Rock. Level 12 now? We got many? Just for completion's sake, Meowth and Psyduck are Merrill. Yeah, so you can get the gold dusty. go dusty. go dusty. Oh my god. Feels like there's another room up here. Or not. Golduck based? I feel neutral towards Golduck. Ooh, Dark Room. Oh, that's kinda cool. Rock. Nice. Oh, that's a max elixir? I thought that's like PP up or something. Based on what being underrated and awesome? I mean, fair enough. I'm just a huge fan of dragons. The rest doesn't like hit, like doesn't wow me as much. Totodile is no defense. Oh, ankle biter is no defense. Anything else? Nice. Hmm. How many floor? This is 6th floor already. Tackle is almost gone. Belly is still looking good. Oh. Oh. I'm surprised that Totodile didn't learn Bite. You know, it's Totodile. Nice. The urge to go for the low-hanging fruit. Later, appreciate underappreciated Pokemon. Gen 1 and 2 has a lot. Have a lot just because a lot of Pokemon in those gens were super available during the story in the games. Didn't get as big a spotlight in the anime. Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot. Oh! Konnichiwa, Nita! I remember... Hisashiburi? I think it's Hisashiburi. I saw Nita is playing the Pawafuru baseball game. haven't seen that game in a while. I hope Nita is very genki desu. Oh, it does learn in Gen 2 pretty early? Yeah, I know, right? That's why. I was like, weird. Bite should come in like very early for Totodile. That's a bad idea. I mean, Totodile does do a lot of damage, just... Totodile is kind of paper. God damn it. Oh, even I? Uh-oh. Nice. Hisashiburi. Nihongo? Something. Something. Say something sen? I don't know much about Nihongo. I already need to like learn 3 languages as a Malaysian. I can't speak Japanese. Oh, is it like Nihongo? Is the Hua Hanashi? No, I don't know. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know how to read Japanese. I think I can speak the Malay and the Chinese, and the English is good enough. Brain painful. Or maybe I should say that I am Nihongo ga benkyou shimasu. You know? Just a little bit. Oh no. Oh goodness. Please don't do stun spore. Like okay, it's okay. I can tank. No. What an asshole. Yeah, that's right. Oh, and then there's nothing here. Oh. Well, that's sad. Triple centered? I tried to learn Japanese in high school because we had exchange students, and I was an otaku. But at the moment, I'm trying to learn Dutch because it's more similar to English, and I have lots of Dutch friends. Shroomish carry out the most hated move in Pokemon history, Stun Spore. Yeah, no one likes Stun Spore. Rook. Oh.
Hello, and welcome.
The nice wolf. Nice wolf. Nice. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Also, welcome. Oh my god, how deep am I going? We already have a Linon. And my tackle is almost gone. What, Linon is not painful? Not Sun Spore? Regular Spore? Oh, it's only Shroomish? God damn it. I can tank, it's all good. Not painful? It's not painful. Look at that. Short drop, sleepy time for me? Very understandable. I do appreciate you stopping by though. And also have a wonderful sleep. Wonderful sleep. Shroomish, Parasect, Amogus, and a few other Pokemon can learn it. Usually like fungus Pokemon, I guess? Which is fair enough. SP attack? But you don't do SP attack though. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Your name is... Wow. And then all small letter bug. Wow, bug. Thing. Alright, you. More wow bug? Okay, belly is good. 3 more tackle. 1 reviver's seed. Not too sure if that's enough, but we have 3 blast seed that we can cheese. if we were to fight Gengar and the gang, I'm pretty sure we do need to do that. It tends to be on a few Pokemon because it's super overpowered. Shroomish, but not Breadum, and Fungus, Mongus, Toad School, and Toad Screw. Oh, the different versions of Tentacruel, right? And Brood Bonnet are the only Pokemon that currently learn Spore. Wow. Yay. Oh my god, is that a Woopa? Is that a Woopa? Oh my god, that's a Woopa! This is the best game ever, that's a Woopa! Ow. A wow bug! Supersonic? Oh! Yay, level up! I get happy seeing others level too. Wow bug's the bottom. Where did that come from? Here I thought the nickname was gonna be Ladybug. Oh, that's too... No, that's too basic. We need some wow bug in here. I'm gonna do the unexpected. I'm gonna do more Leech Seed. I hope they get Ladybug and Lydian a glow up someday. I love the design. They are pretty like... Honestly, the design is like pretty... I don't think I've seen any other Ladybugs other than Lydian and Ladybug. So yeah, I agree. Nice. Nice. That's a lot of stat up. All three? Holy shit. Strong. Too basic, you name folk, dog and rat. Ah, that's a different dog and a different rat. There's a special meaning behind the dog and the rat. But don't ask what it is though, because... Oh! Oh, you fly! Wait, that's kinda cool. Oh wow, okay. Oh. Yeah, Totodile feels like paper. Can I... Oh! Oh, different terrain can do different things? This game's cool. Sudowoodo? Oh, he's a sleeping Linoon. Rock. Wake up! Rock. Oh, wait, Totodile can walk on water as well? Doing really good. Last floor? No. That's my shiny. Do not stun Spore. Ah, okay. A wow bug. did you know that Scyther and Scizor has the same combined stat total? Means you can choose which you like better. Scyther, always. Flying types have the ability to cross water towers and a chance to not burn on lava towers. Water and fire types can work on their respective towers unhindered. Oh. Oh, Wow Bug is so strong? Wait, no way. Attack defense 2719, you're level 10. I'm level 14. Oh, you're not that strong, okay. Based, I prefer Scyther over Scizor and Clivor. I think Scizor is a little bit too crab-like, and Scyther actually looks cool. Then again, it's like a personal opinion. Many. Uh-oh. I'll tank. Whoopa? Ooh, Wow Bug, careful. Oh, Wow Bug's dead. Oh, I'll tank. How many orange berry? 1, 2, 3? Whee. Oh. Do you not eat it? Huh? He doesn't want to eat it. I guess I can try to heal on the spot for now. So, BA? I'm healing. Yeah, 37. Okay. Oh. Did you just say there's nothing at my feet? I mean, true. Nice. I like Scyther's muzzle. It's cute. I just want to put leather sheaths on their arms and give them a hug. Always. More hugs for Scyther, they want it. So that they are not angry always. Maybe he has an IQ ability which makes it dodge items thrown at it. Is there something like that? That's kinda cool. Check IQ. Item catcher. Can catch and hold a thrown item. If it's already holding an item, it also cannot catch seeds and drink items. Item master. Use or throw its whole item. You're not using the orange berry. You're lying to me. How much health do you have? 39. Okay, fully healed. Now we can go. Oh my goodness, 10th floor? Yikes. This is an endurance course. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh. Does it work on you? Yeah. It's super effective too? That's right, I'm too strong for you. Oh god. Miss? Nah. Wake up, wake up. Oh, that's nice. In this game, when you get hit, you actually woke up? I mean, I guess it's a compliment this, you know? No, I don't want to sleep. Mm. Oh, I don't wake up. I've been lied to. I'm actually so tanky, it's insane. Like, my Pokemons can just stay behind me. Bunch of empty rooms. Oh, thank God for for the scarf. I still don't know how poison works in this game. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like similar, you know, as all poison do, DPS or DOT. Wait, I see EXP. Oh! There was a crit! 1 damage crit! Everything looks good. One more apple. Okay. Now we go. This is a huge map, this one. 11th floor, where am I supposed to go? Oh my god. Rescue Metapod. Holy shit, Metapod, where is the Metapod? Is there something that I need to do that I'm not doing it? Or is this stage actually this long? It might be actually this long. Oh my god. Nice. A water gun? Yeah, leveled. 2 1 2 2 2. Ow. What does water gun do? Oh, in front cuts corner. No. It's okay, I can tank. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Oh shit. Hello? I dodged the orange berry. I dodged an orange berry. Really? I can't. Is that a log? Ankle Biter threw an orange berry. I dodged it. Ankle Biter tried to save me. Oh fuck! Oh shit! Then, oh, I'm crying. Can't believe it. Yeah, you pick it up. It's fine. Enough unite for tonight. Oh. Oh, holy shit! Oh, it cuts corners. No. Hey, level up! Tree. Oh my god, that's a lot of stat. Yeah. Wake up! Man, that's a 4-turn sleep. Thank goodness there's no Pokemon around. Really hate how often Twitch lags without resyncing. I was behind like 2 minutes. Sounds like Twitch being Twitch, yeah. I always make it a habit of... Sometimes I'll just like do a pause for the stream just in case. You know, that I'm getting the low latency thing. This map is too big. I'm just gonna go for the ladder. Or the staircase. Oh no. Oh. How do I make them use items? If I press E, do I just eat it? Okay, let me try plain C. I just ate it. Ankle Biter needs healing. Oh, I got a crit. Okay, everyone's fully healed. The best thing you can do is throw it in their face and hope they don't dodge. Oh, okay. How many floor? Oh my god. This is a huge quest. I really wish I don't have to fight the gang towards the end because that'll be insane. Insane as in that I already went through so much and then they want me to fight the thing. No. Oh. Thank you. That's a full 5-turn sleep. Like 12 or 14. Steals Fire Lizard. Fire Lizard. Nice. Six turn? Wait, what? How is there 6-turn sleep? No. Oh my god, is Hypnosis 100% hit? There's no way. Hypnosis 100% in this game? Oh, there we go. Wow. We've come pretty far into this forest. I wonder if Metapod is ahead. Hold it right there. Uh-oh. You know who's going to get into Metapod first? We are. So, for you to go ahead, well, we can let that happen. What? Hey, Gengar, why do you always try to mess with us? Oh, didn't we tell you? Our aim is world domination. Caterpie's mama will give us a generous reward. And Caterpie will join us too. That brings us closer to our goal. And for that, your lol is in the way. So sorry to say, but your party is over right here and now. What? They're world domination, but they look so... Are they short-sighted? Say goodbye, ankle biter. Oh my god, seriously? Can I throw this? A full enter makes the Pokemon breathe highly damaging fire. Oh, I guess I don't throw that. I hate them so much. Oh. Nice, nice. Oh god. Oh, nice. The hell, Wildbug is dying. I could leash seed all of them. Ow. Ikan's leash seed wore off. A wild bug is surviving. Ikan's is poison type. Violet is not gonna do good against all of them, other than the one in the middle. Hi, Dinophos. One time I asked my cousin if I could be his Koraidon, but he told me no. I mean, they must have caught off guard. Nice, we got one. Yeah. This is not gonna do much, right? Yeah, it's not very effective. Get him, wild bug. The move failed. Nice. Wild bug is just... Here, I'll tank. Got him. They suck. I hate them. Ow, 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 ow. You pay for this, don't you forget it? Yeah, sure. And well, those pests are gone. Let's find Metapod. Excuse me? Oh, hi. Did you maybe come looking for me? You must be Metapod. Ankle biter, I cannot believe it. And that is a Metapod. Metapod. Look at it. I didn't get your attention. Do someone else get your attention to chat? I mean... Someone get my attention from the chat, yeah. Yay! I was scared, so I kept my shell hardened and waited and waited. Thank you. This is great. Welcome back, Metapod. Thank you, Caterpie. And thank you, Ankle Biter and Tura. But I don't have any money. It's okay, we don't need a reward. It's just great to see that Metapod is back safe and sound. Cool. You're even more cool than I thought. I want to go on rescues when I grow up. That would be awesome, go for it. Yeah. I have an idea. Antira, how about we do something right here? Why don't we make a properly impressive rescue team base? That's cool! Rescue team base is cool! I want to work here when I grow up. Me too! I love them. That's settled. Let's make sure we build ourselves a proper rescue team base. Tiura and Ankle Biter, thank you again. See you around, take care going home. Bye-bye. Am I taking it out of context? One of my friends told me it was weird. I asked him if I could be his Koraidon though, but I wish he told me yes to it. I mean, of course. Wait, that's weird. I mean, if you do that, it's probably gonna be someone that you are very close with, or even then, you have to like, or you have to like slowly brace them for it, because just straight out asking that, it's, yeah, it is kind of weird. We ended up working for free, but it had to be done. It's alright. We're gonna show Gengar's team a thing or two, so it's all good. Yeah, Gengar team bad. I'm just beat today. Let's keep our good work tomorrow. See ya! Rescue team members. Yes. Ankle Biter. Uh-oh. Hello? Huh? Who could that be? Oh, hey! Is rescue team the ankles here? That's right. Huh? Wait, aren't you? Yeah, you're the Jump Fluff. Oh, Jump Fluff. Yeah, they just need a win. remember now. You're the jump fluff in Pokemon Square. We saw Shiftry's team accepting your rescue job. Yes? Oh no. But Shiftry, he hasn't come back yet for the rescue mission. Oh god. Are you serious? Our friend Jumpluff got wedged between some rocks. We Jumpluff can go anywhere we can catch a wind, but even though the skies are filled with thunder clouds, for some odd reason the wind hasn't blown. Not even a breeze? That is strange. Shiftry's leafy fans can whip up powerful winds. We thought Shiftry's wind would be able to dislodge our friend, but Shiftry hasn't come back. It doesn't sound like that tough of a rescue. That is weird. Oh, that I didn't say shit, Ankle Pilot. Come on, I didn't say anything. You look okay? Okay? You know what? Okay? I'll shut the fuck up. Your look says you won't need to be asked. That's it then, we go look for them. Really? Thank you. Leave it to us. Let's get to it. Silent Chasm. Oh, we have more new players. I'm gonna store all the gummy. Maybe one max elixir? I mean, I need more space, but I kinda want all of these as well. I'm selling Blast Seed, it's alright. I guess I should buy more players, so that any Pokemon that I defeated will always have a chance to have a place to stay, right? Peanut Swamp. Peanut Swamp. I mean, my bank has like 2,000 something. Do I want to use all of them? I actually kind of want to like store some in there. I don't want to take all of them out just to buy these. Sorry, 3,000. I have a custom Dragon named Ariel. She can break rocks. Along with that, she is the one strong Dragon ally. I can have my team. You get a reward if you complete a rescue job. Tiny wood, tiny wood. Kind of Sinisterwood, near Sinisterwood. Oh, near Sinisterwood 11F. For Sinisterwood quest. I mean, we still have a new place to go, right? I'm going there. I think item-wise we are... I mean, do I care about paralysis? No. Let's sell all the cherry berry. Maybe burn, I'm more afraid since I'm grass type. Maybe one orange berry. Done. Now we do a good old save. And then we're gonna go to the Silent Chasm. Nah. I think we could. We can maybe even... We can even meet new friends. Silent Chasm. Oh, cool. Oh, this is some cliff. So your friend Jumpluff is somewhere deep in this canyon? Yes, I'm sorry to ask, but please help. Hey, no problem. Let's roll. Wait. Huh? What's up? There's something I forgot to mention. This canyon is known as the Silent Chasm, but it's rumored that an amazing monster sleeps here. Monster? Yes, but it's only folklore. It's also true that she hasn't returned. I just thought I should let you know. My stomach hurts. Oh no. No, not this ankle biter. Oh, what's wrong? My stomach suddenly started cramping out. Oh no. I think it's something I ate this morning. Hey, Tira, you too, right? You have a stomachache too, right? It's true, it's tearing me up. No, ankle biter, don't. It's okay, it's just a monster. Alright? If we die, we die. Since Crydon main function is to be ridden, it implies that you want to be mounted, which is the most normal thing even in the... Is it the most normal thing even in a safe for work context? But what if both friend and cousin thought you're requesting and not safe for work? But it's not to imagine why your cousin deny your request. Have you ever stolen an item from Kecleon's shop? It makes him super happy. What? That doesn't make sense. I'll never steal from Kecleon if you want to try and recruit her. I once did that and Kecleon was so happy they gave me the ticket to heaven. Huh? I'm perfectly fine. Hmm? Oh, oh, that's right. You back me up here. You're my partner to catch my drift, fella. Why is this sudden outburst, ankle biter? Don't you have a stomach ache? Hmm? Oh, come on, ankle biter. I know you're scared, but we still have to do it. Yeah. Ow. I guess the cramping settled down. So this monster, what is it like? I don't know very much at all. It is an old folk tale. I wouldn't know if it existed or not. Alright, there's nothing we can do about that. We just have to hope the monster doesn't really exist. My friend Jumpluff should be around B10. Please take care. You bet we will. Let's roll. There. Oh, hey, it's Teddiursa. Oh, hey, wow, yeah. You are huggable. Let's go huggable. Yes. Early friend recruitment. Lucky. Oh wow, a whole lot of nothing. Hmm? Oh my god, it's far-fetched. What? What? Who gave you rock? Who gave you rock? Holy shit. Hi again, Evie. Wait, you throw rocks? Wait, what if I just give them rocks? Oh, there you go. Whoa. Ow. Yeah, see, they can support from far away. Oh, wow, that's perfect. They can throw rocks from far away and I can tank for them something from behind. Oh my god, look at that. It's so perfect. It's impeccable. It is as if the game knows what I want. Oh, can I stack them? It's not. They're just throwing rocks. Actually, actual Kobo behavior. Oh, hey, yeah. I mean, you're a beat drill, right? I kind of want to just like. And see? Not the bees! Nice, we got not the bees. For context, Kecleon turns into an enemy as well as spawns like 10 other Kecleon if you steal from it. And Kecleon's base stats are among the highest in the game, while its recruit chance is so low, they have to have a certain item equipped, they will have a chance of like 2 or 3% recruiting one. So like Kecleon is like even stronger than Legendary in this game. I'm gonna assume there's legendaries in this game, right? Oh, crap. Ooh. The rock. Yes, holy shit. They're just throwing rocks. I love that. 2, 1. Do you throw rocks as well? Not the bees? Okay. Ooh, hey. Ooh, damage. That's a crit and a half. Oh fuck, you throw the rock! Holy shit! Crazy. Don't send attack. Nice. New move. Old one. Moves can be relearned in the Goblin Link's shop. Poison powder? Oh. Yeah. A growl is good though. Yeah, it'll be wild to take away Vine Whip, honestly. A growl is really good because I'm playing the stalling game with Leech Seed and Poison Powder if I get that. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, forget. Yeah. I got the Poison Powder. Imagine the Kobo just sneeze on them and then they got poisoned. Yeah, giving AI rocks is kinda OP. What? Something from behind? I'm just gonna go. The maps are getting bigger and bigger, so I think I could just like find out of some. No! Ah, crap. Rock. Rock! Oh my god, rock! Hello, rock is OP? But they used up all of them, right? It's okay, we can find more rocks later. Yo, not the bees! What a snipe, level 14. Leveled! Defense 2, nice. Rock! The game knows! The game knows I require a rock. Tira, why a fucking Weedle of all things is in your party? I mean, I killed a Weedle and then Weedle just decided to join and I cannot switch party member because it just suddenly joined and I was like, oh okay, sure, why not? You know? So I gave Weedle, I gave not the bears some rocks and then they're just throwing it. How come that Kobold are always the most dangerous once they gain access to rocks? You never know. We are so... we love rocks so much that your rock's good. Always. I saw something fly by. What the hell? How does this work? Pose it foe in front. If a poison starts damage over several turns. Also prevent from regenerating HP. Oh wow! Poison does not disappear over turns. Heal quickly or by using certain moves or items. It will not go away? That is crazy. Oh, now you do it. Boop J. Oh, crap. Well, I actually feel hungry. Shit. I mean, probably because I had a light breakfast this morning. Chat, I think poison powder is not that good. I think the main reason to have poison powder is to prevent them from healing. That's pretty much it. 4 damage over like 5 turns, I think. It's not even that good. Damage wise it's not good, but them not being able to heal is pretty good. Nice. 69 barely? I think they're immune to poison. Anything that I do actually. Nice. What? Slowed? How does slow work? Oh. Wasn't there some move that cuts corners? Oh yeah, Leech Seed. There you go. Because Terra didn't understand that evolution is locked behind beating the game. Alright, have fun. Ankle Pilot! Ankle Pilot, it's fine, come here. Weedle, what are you doing? Not the bees, where are you going? Not the bees! Oh, okay, okay. Ooh, that hurt. There's still ACE and have 2 more Kecleons in the team? Why recruit people when you can just spawn them? What? I got licked? By a non-dragon? Huggable just keeps finding items. Okay, who wants rocks? I'll give rock to... not the bees. What did you find? Oh, you find Oranberry? Actually, let me take that. Thank you very much. Where do I take an item from? I don't know. Ooh, nice. 100 money? Oh god. This must be the Yanma. How does slow work? Whoa, a full evolution? Woohoo! That hurt, that hurt, that hurt, that hurt. Are you afraid of poison? I mean, you are poison type. Would you get poisoned? Yeah. Ow. Nice. It's the thought that counts. You can't mean, correct by feet tomorrow you achieve ace. What's an ace? Is it like a Pokemon term? There's something specific you can do in Pokemon? Or only for this game? Need more rocks. Here. Oh, nice. That's 2 kills. Arbitrary code execution is when speedrunners reprogram games with controller inputs. What? Holy shit, what the fuck? Hacker man? Ooh. Special ban. It's like a hold item. Boost the Pokemon special attack. Oh! I've not been using special attack. Only Totodile has one. Give it to Ankle Biter. Now Ankle Biter's water gun is gonna be so stunk. Poliwag? Leech Seed. Sure. They use Confusion, it's SP attack. Oh god. Oh. Oh. Come on, aim properly now. Hey, what the fuck? I didn't work there. You... Okay, thank you. Oh, Confusion is weird. Oh, Houndour? We have the goodest boy. Step on more money. Rock. Ow. Who? Uh-oh. Who are you trying to throw? Hondo? What's going on? We're getting... Oh, we're getting surrounded. This is bad. Oh, we're actually getting surrounded. Fuck. I think I'm getting... I'm too far away from my mic. I was so invested in the game. There, okay. Hopefully my mic won't be too far away now. The Zelda 180% speedrun, for example, reprograms the game. To just give you the Triforce, which forces the game to assume that you began and end by extension the game. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. Where even is home though? No, I need the money hound door guard. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, hi Gwilym. Welcome, welcome. What? There was one hound up here. Huh? Huh? What? Oh! 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 I didn't know you got partner. Oh! Congrats, Gwilym. I missed it. I actually didn't know. Nice. What? A couple weeks ago? Whoa! Nice. How's Tira? Tira is doing good. Yeah, Tira is doing good. Just a little bit hungry because I had a light breakfast. But yeah, huge congrats! Hi Floofy. Hi Ixon. Thanks for the raid, Ixon. Offline raid? Where? Did you... Oh, huh? I know I did this before, but I'm gonna do it again. Hi Ixon. Hi Raiders. Welcome. IRL? Oh! Were you doing car things? Or like car maintenance? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Kira. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I do art every Monday. Welcome. Stream crashed 3 times in a row right before the raid. Oh, oh no. We were doing wood turning. Oh! I actually never heard of wood turning until I met you, Ixon. So, yeah, it's it's very interesting to learn about wood turning. I thought like woodworking, it's only like saws and stuff. And then there's like wood turning. It's like, ooh, hey, that's special. Is it Flygon? Oh my god, it is! Do you get poison? Oh, you do? I thought you're a ground type. I mean, wait, ground type does get poison. Yeah, look at that, look at that turning. Look at that spin. Oh my god, I have no accuracy. Help. Come here, come here, come here. That hurt. The rock. My accuracy is her ramp. Oh, that thing is so cute. Oh, do you miss? Oh, poison powder doesn't miss. How about leech seed? Nice. I have no accuracy. What? Why am I paralyzed? Oh, I'm immobilized. Play that wood? Ooh. Tira, that's a Trapinch. I know, but Trapinch evolved into things. A Flygon. How is Kobo is ankle biter still biting ankles? Yes. And I'm biting ankles too. We actually bit we bit the Gengar's ankles. And Ikan's ankles. And there's another one that I don't even know the name of. Hi Lex. Kobo is a Pokemon now? Look at me, I'm a Bulbasaur. I TF into Bulbasaur. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Regain mobility, okay. No! Oh hell yeah, I have a scarf, ass. you asshead? You're a poison type, right? You're a grass poison, I cannot leech seed and also... Oh, nice. Not to beast! Nice. I level, yay! One. Don't you evolve into Beedrill at level 10? I guess you really don't evolve until post-game. Oh, nice. Don't see Pokemon as things you can force them to turn into, please. You can force them to turn into? What? I'm not trying to force them. Oh, oh. Trapinch is actually kinda cute. Oh, Weedle. Not the beast. Not. Oh my god. God damn it. I was like, no, that's bad because Houndour is there. It's like, yep, too late. Ooh. Money. And more special ban. But I don't really have a special move here. Spood! its legs. Nice. Nice. It's food. I blame the Kobo? No. I mean, okay, yeah, I'm partially to blame. I should have let Weedle get away from monsters, or like, from other Pokemon. As in change the settings. The tactics. Oh. I swear to God, this game has 100% hit rate on hypnosis. Why? Why is this a thing? It's 100%. Thank goodness I'm a tank. Legs, remember that? No, I'm sorry, Legs. It's a self-defense. I have to do it. I had to do it. Nice, nice. Fully healed. God, I love this game, but I'm so hungry. I really love the roguelike element to this one. You know, everything is procedurally generated. Always love me some roguelike guns. It's great. I get to become a Pokemon as well? Holy shit. Oh. Oh, what a lick. What a lick. Oh. You're getting hungry? That's me. That's me. 69? Nice. Okay, just kidding. Oh. You and your 100% hypnosis? Oh. Even cut corner? Nice, doing good. Spood. Don't think they'll get poison powder. What? Ooh. The poison stick cut corners. Nice. So slow means that they act 2 turns. But I only get to act once. Did you just lick a poison flower? No, scarf. Nice. Lex is cute. I know, right? Oh my god, shooting this string like that on stream? Man. Crazy. I kinda want to explore a little bit more. Yeah, my toolbox is not full yet. Attack didn't go down. Really? What? Arena trap? Uh-oh. No. No. I cannot attack her. I think it's getting dark. Let me up the thing. They should be working fine again. Power band. I should give power band for Toto diet. But I also love the scarf. I don't want Pecha Berry. Oh, I'll take it. Ow, ow. Hey, look, it's Beatriel. Alright, you're poison. Oh, you're poison flying. Five times? No. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, no. Oh, mix them with items. Psychic type. So gold is psychic. Any grass type? It's kind of scary because I'm out of apple. Ah, it's not too useful now. I leech seed you first. Ow. That's right. Nice, we're here. Jumpluff's friend is supposed to be around here, right? Oh, hey! Uh-oh. We came for you, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, but... Great, your friend is waiting for you. The Shiftry is in the back. Huh? Shiftry? Oh, is it the monster? Is Shiftry actually trying to hold off the monster? Probably. Hey, are you alright? Get it together. Ugh, forget about me. Get away from here. Yeah, wait? Oh, shit. Spooky. It's coming. Zapdos? No fucking way. Move aside, you. He dared to disturb my sleep. Yeah, it's Zapdos. I have no mercy for meddlers, and that includes you. Oh no. Shiftry's gone. I am Zapdos, the embodiment of lightning. If you wish to save Shiftry, then scale Mountain Thunder. Zapdos. So that's a legendary monster. It's real, alright. Yay, safe. I'm so happy. Bye-bye, Shiftry. But even though I'm safe, Shiftry is in trouble. And tell us what went down exactly. Yeah, Shiftry whipped up winds with his fans and released me from between the rocks. But those winds tore Thunderground in two. And that was when that monster appeared in the sky. Oh, that monster. It said it was Zapdos or something. Did you say Zapdos? Oh, hi. Alakazam. Zum Zum. Zapdos. It's one of the legendary bird Pokemon. I heard they had been sleeping for a long time. So Shiftry woke it up? No. Shiftry's wind were only the trigger. To begin with, the absence of wind there was unnatural. It must have been caused by the rash of natural disasters recently. Zapdos is enraged from having been awoken from its sleep. Shiftry must be saved. But Zapdos won't be easy. Its electric attacks were wicked nasty. Tyranitar, shut up! You are ground type, you're not affected by Zapdos. I know that. We will need to be cautious. We'll go too, we'll go help Shiftry. Nani? That is dangerous. Zapdos is powerful. It will be too much for your skill level. Hey, now we're not that whippy. We're not afraid of no Zapdos. Is that right? Oh, my stomach. Hey, it's a stomach bit. Yep, I'm not scared. Have you ever been hit with electric blast? It will leave you stunned. Oh, my stomach. No problem. Zapdos is wickedly tough. It might gobble you up for a snack. Can you face that? I'm not scared. We're a rescue team too. We want to help Shiftry. Fine. I see that you have courage. Yeah. Our two teams should make our way separately through Mountain Thunder. We will go when we have geared up for battle. Knowing how strong our opponent is, we have no choice but to be cautious. You should make way for Mountain Thunder only when you are fully prepared. Our objective is to rescue Shiftry. Let us find success. Yes, I'm getting stoked for this. Tira! All caps. Let's give it our best, partner. You said it, ankle biter. Our team member. You mean someone that died by the name of Not the Bees? Not the Bees died. I love this game. It's heckin' great. Spin. more than Terra get a good night's sleep. So now we're supposed to be rescuing Shiftries and Mountain Thunder, right? But Alakazam said we should be prepared before going. What do you think? We can go off to Mountain Thunder right away, or we can put it off. It's your choice. But whatever we do today, let's give it our best like always. Ooh, so only go when I can, right? No, not the bees. Yeah, not the bees sacrificed. I have like all mountain steel here. Fuck, because I'm useless. Like only can bend spoons. What happened? Why are you so aggressive towards Alakazam? He'll gobble you up for a snack. I'm not into it. Not me. I mean, surprisingly, I'm a kobold that's not really into 4. Or like, not at all. Scanner on? Reviews the location of all unclean. Whoa! I can find it immediately? Special band 1500. I can sell one of them. I can store them. Remain silent in the corner. Huh? Why? I love the Kangashkan. Actually, no. I think I should level up for a little bit. Or like maybe do one more run at Mountain Steel, do all the quests possible. Right? Yeah, let me store them. So this one store. I can sell everything, so I'm gonna like store the good stuff. Max Elixir is like okay, but I'll store some of them. Okay, let's sell all and then do Mountain Steel. Which I'm gonna do tomorrow. I'm getting hungry. I need to get food. But before that, let me do some preparations as well. Petrified Orb is only 300. I forgot to sell all. Love the Kangashkan. 500? Sure. I have almost 3,000 money. Hey. Peanuts. Ow. Peanut Swamp. Mist-Rice Forest. Saita? Overgrown Forest. Okay, so we do have Overgrown Forest. Okay, Dala. Totodile. Rub-a-dub River. Whooper? Peanut Swamp. Whoa. Whooper needs the most expensive friend area? Worth. Deserved. Whooper is perfect. Houndor. Ravage Field. I think I have that one. Do I have it? Oh, I don't have it! Shit, I can't even get Houndor. Wait, let me get my money. I need 1,000, right? 4、7、2，所以7、7、2、4减6，6减1，5 ，5 to 7. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Nice. Thunder Wave, Sinisterwood, Silent Chasm. 1 gold gummy! Wow! Gold gummy! Escort me D? Escort to Pidgey. Please take me there with you. Oh. So, no more quests really for Mountain Steel. These are all of them. We should do one Mountain Steel tomorrow. I love how it's like, I'm sad and lonely. It's such a sad quest. Why are they sad and lonely? Alright, let's do a good old save. Molten Steel? Dibs? I wanna melt? No, why would X I wanna melt? Alright, I think I'll stop here for today. Just in case, let me like... Is suspend point safe?
Yep.
Just say safe! It's not a suspend point, what do you mean? I mean, I guess it's a suspend point. Safe! It's a safe! Oh. Oh, it's a boop. Hi, Wildflower. Yeah, I'm most likely gonna stop here. Boop the neck fluff. It's okay. I like boops anywhere. Boo. Boo. Alright, let me go here. Hey. Milk. Hope you're doing good, Wildflower. I'm gonna raid out soon. I'm getting hungry. I had a light breakfast, which is why I'm like hungry so early on. Well, not really early. It's 6. Oh, it's 6. Ooh. Here, let's continue listening to Pokemon music. What? Milk. The Kobo. Kobo Num Num. Why am I getting? Why is it so laggy? Good Minton? Oh, they cancelled it today, sadly. There's not enough people today, so no Good Minton tonight. Why am I so laggy? What's going on? Holy shit! Okay, something is wrong. I don't know why everything is so laggy now. Okay, we get that. Yeah, very sage, but it's okay, it happens. It's just like, coincidentally, there's a lot of things that, you know, my friends need to do, so a lot of them cannot attend. So that's why we're cancelling it for this week. No good, Minton. But hey, I got more time tonight to play some games, I guess. More games. It's cause I'm stealing some of your frames, treasuring them in my heart. Oh my god, a dragon stealing some of my frames? Frames? I'm gonna cry. I will melt. Oh. There's metal, there's... Oh, Toon is streaming! Oh my goodness, it's Toon! Need to rate Toon. Toon's adorable. Need to rate Toon. Toon's great. Thank for stream, Tiara. Of course. Thanks for being here. Oh. I love Gen 5 music. Boat raiding boat action. Boat raiding boat. Boat on boat. Well, not boat on boat. I mean, boat on boat. Boat on, yeah, boat on boat. Yeah. Well, before anything, I need to summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Oh yeah, well, speaking of my coffee, I want to open up some other music. I have an idea. Coffee, right? I have a new thing. Well, not exactly new. There's a monthly donation thing with my coffee now. So yeah, if you want to support, you can do that. But if not, it's also fine. You know, you can just like stay here. Being here is already more than enough. Kobo is very happy. Yeah. More people here makes Kobo feel special. I hate... Why is the... Oh god, the search prediction first thing is Skibbity Toilet? Jesus. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon OST. I wonder... Where's the village team? Oh, Pokemon Square is nice. Alright, give me a second. This one. Yeah. Does it sound a little bit different? Oh, this is a DS version. Oh, it's a DS version. It's fine. It's good. I like it. Thanks, Bernie. Boat and boat action in your area. Only kobolds. 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 Kobolds are great. I like kobolds. I mean, I'm a kobold. I like kobold. Kobolds are great. I like it. Well, also I have a Discord. I announce my stream stuff over there. Yeah, and also I spam dragon pictures when I can. We have a dragon sipping corner. Until I have an only skill. Only skills? I mean, I guess Blue Sky would be the only skills. Like closest to it, I guess. Even though it's just a bunch of Tira thoughts over there. Nothing much. Just sharing my thoughts. I love this music. Let me loop this one. Okay, there we go. We're gonna raid two. Yeah, we're gonna raid Toon. Raiding to another couple. Never considered what thoughts a couple would have. Must have a look. Yeah, I think if you find my name or if you find my channel name on Blue Sky, I'm pretty sure you can find it. Yeah, I think they're the same. Yeah, Tira Kobo, they're the same. Okay, let me. We're gonna ask for uppies. Yeah, we don't want to raid Toon Shiny for now. Toon kill. That's the right message. But of course, you know, you guys can use whatever emote you guys have. It's totally fine. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's pretty much it. Tomorrow, I want to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I really do. I want to play to its entirety. I mean, not only because there's TF involved. I love TF, by the way. The game is actually really good. Like, being able to loot and leveling up, stuff like that. It's what I love. You know, 7 days that I have it as well. You know, there's loot, there's leveling up, become stronger, you know, and then there's like guns ablazing and shit. Stuff like that just really captures my attention. I love stuff like that. They're great. I love them. I love stuff like that. You know, like Once Human has it as well, but because there's an issue with Once Human, I'm not playing it anymore. Whenever I open up Once Human, it's confirmed. I open up Once Human, my internet dies constantly for like the first hour before I can play the game normally. So it's like, as much as I love the game, if they don't fix it somehow, or maybe it's on my end, I'm not too sure, but the game just kills my internet connection, which is very unfortunate. But we'll see. I really do love Once Human. Games like that, leveling up, looting, killing, yeah, it's great. Anyway, let me type in the raid to Toon. Toon wood. There. Okay, I'm ready to raid. I'm ready to get some food as well. I'm very hungry. Kobo's very hungry. So, before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves you. Kobo loves you. And here comes the raid to Toonbold. We're raiding to another Kobo. Get food, nourishment? I'm gonna get a lot of nourishment. So hungry. So hungry, I need to get food. I must have food. This is a good music. I like this music. And snuggles the Kobo. Yeah. I want more snuggles. A dragon snuggles is even better. Thank y'all. I can't wait for the timer to go down. As always, hopefully I'm not missing anything. I don't know if I did miss anything. I don't remember. Offers a single tiny shiny Kobo. Mine. They're mine. They're very mine. I want all the shinies. all the shinies. Well, I'm probably not gonna stream 7 days a day these days. It's just gonna be a lot of PMD. So yeah. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. 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 What? Frames. Frames. Wow, I didn't know they take so much frames out. Bye.